ことで信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by Side 止まるな止まるなことでためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるなことで てくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Good today ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるな Good today信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Good today ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるな Good today てくれ Great homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end 止まるな止まるなGo to it信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by Side 止まるな止まるな Go to it ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go We're to the ball We're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるな Go to it
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at the Garena Regional Qualifiers 2025. My name is Callie. I'm down here at Warden, and today we'll be bringing you guys the Group B action. We got Elevate, the regional defending champions for Garena Warden. We'll be playing, and then it's going to be amazing what this group has to offer for us.
Oh, yeah, I mean, as we all have seen as well, yesterday's run was pretty, pretty 50-50. There wasn't really a lot of definition here yesterday. Even coming from the number one team on the bracket, aka Stalwart Esports, there were still a lot of, things that was pretty questionable. But we move over towards Group B, which we all title as the Group of Death, Cali. So I'm expecting a lot more, and in some way interesting or probably dominating games, bro.
We've got a lot of number one teams here, right? You got the Taiwan number one team. You got the best team in MSP before, after Stalwart Esports took it, which is Elevate. Then you also got the Ace Gamer squads from Thailand. So this is going to be amazing what we're going to be seeing here today. But also begging the question, what would Elevate look like heading into this tournament right here? Because after that loss on the Garena Masters 9, obviously you're going to feel a little bit frustrated with your team and with yourself. So what kind of quality will we be seeing as we enter today's matchup? They'll be going up against Ace Gamers today.
There's like a big question here in regards to evolution here, Callie, is that, it's, is it really Elevate here reaching their skill ceiling, or is there something more to show? That has been so far the biggest topic here for our, players from the set of Elevate Puck. But now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are just tuning in, this is day 2 of the group stage. We are currently here running our second day. Once again, this is the first day of Group B, and we still got right after this day 4 more days to go, and right after that on Monday we'll have a bit of a break towards Thursday, and we'll continue to run here for the stage 4 qualifiers Garena tournament here, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday on next week's run. So there's going to be a lot of consecutive broadcast matches here, Callie.
It's also going to be a lot more competitive from here on out, right? Because you saw teams dominate their first day. As we were talking about Stalwart Esports with their dominant run yesterday, they had the 6-0, but some of these teams who failed to really show their true potential, just like what Prestige did when they played up against 3 Evil Dragons, you know for sure that the following days ahead, they'll be looking to try to get as much maps and play it scrappy. Now, we saw Group A yesterday. Now we take a look at Group B. You'll have Team Star Magic, Thanatos, Elevate, Ninja, Ace Gamers, and Nap is Priority from Taiwan. And again, on the group stage, we'll be having a round-robin format where 3 games will be played at all costs. It doesn't matter if a team is up by 2 maps, they'll have to play control either way. And only the top 3 teams for each group will be advancing to the playoffs, where it's going to be a double elimination up until the upper and the lower bracket final. The winner of the upper bracket final, though, will be having a +1 advantage in the map count as we play a best of 7 in the grand final match.
Yeah, but the key scope or goal here is truly just to make it to the grand finals, because regardless, even if you take the loss on the grand finals, you still make it and represent the Garena region to attend the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. And best believe it, obviously, once you win the upper bracket finals, +1 map advantage, but you do get the first initial ticket to that World Championship. And now stakes are going to be up high, obviously, on the lower bracket finals, Cali. That is exactly where a lot of hearts has been broken. Name it. We've seen the current defending world champion trample in the lower bracket finals. We've seen Indonesia fall. We've seen a lot of Filipinos fall in that same case of matter. And fortunately, we still don't really experience that, not until next week's run. But for the time being, though, Group A, we've seen them play it out yesterday, and it's Stalwart Esports up there as the number 1 squad. 2-0 for them. Scary goes 1-for-1. Same goes for the set of Prestige. 3 Evil Dragons, they do win a series as well, 1-0. While ABC Esports and Genon Gang, they're going to be trampling there on the second to the last spot here for Group A. Group B, we don't have any statistics, as this is coming again their first day for the group stage.
And I'm looking forward to that Team Star Magic squad, because if any team will have the opportunity to go up against Stalwart and Elevate on the playoffs, I believe that team has got what it takes to be the dark horse of this tournament right here. But definitely a lot more offer for the other regions as well. You got Ninja, who was the team coming out of Indonesia, right? They added in a couple of players from Kazago Esports, more specifically Type, who's a Singaporean player back in CKG Legacy in 2023, right? So that's really interesting. What kind of difference are they going to be able to offer today as they will be actually the two matchup that we'll be seeing on the first match, right? Team Star Magic and Ninja, those are going to be your first two teams to head on and play their debut here for the Group B tournament. Now, we move on and we take a look at the lineup of Team Star Magic. You got Freezy, Josh, Idra, Yato, AG, and Tin. And yes, that is the older brother playing for Team Star Magic, AG, from Stalwart Esports, the man, the myth, the legend of Smart Omega that made Stalwart Esports the second best team last year because of that acquisition, is now back to play for Team Star Magic. And you look at the lineup that you got here, this is definitely a stacked team. And on paper, they should be a strong hardpoint team.
Talk about ARs. Oof. AG alongside Josh or probably Freezy, you know, they could run those flex, but Tin Yato on the front line is going to be a pretty interesting one. They're going to have to go up against the, I would say, upcoming rising team. You know, they could definitely be up there, but we don't really have a lot of data to provide it. Not just yet. We got Philip, Ramen 7, Taip, Nix alongside Larizon. So hey, all eyes on Taip. Maybe he might just be playing that IGL role just due to the fact that he has probably the most experience here in this squad.
The crazy part about this is that Taip was with Kazoku Esports on the Garena Major Series Season 13. And they went up 7-0 on the group stage, then somewhat faltered at the playoffs. And it's just rough because I don't know if you saw that clip, but he was trash talking the other teams like, their level is down below, our level is way higher. Like there's a difference in skill gap that they come by the playoff time. Kazoku Esports were nothing. They were nowhere to be seen, which is insane. But it is what it is now. You're on a different team. You're trying to fight your way into a grueling group stage, and you're gonna have to play the Team Star Magic squad. And here we have it. It's going to be best of 3 once again. Gordon, we don't have no summit no more. Slums Hardpoint, our first map to play today.
We've seen a lot of history here for Slums Hardpoint, specifically back then, you know, when the squad was under AZ or probably NTRT as well. These guys are pretty ruthless, pretty reckless in Slums Hardpoint. Now, you take a look at the roster here specifically for TSM. They don't have Hydra playing here anymore. And safe to assume that it is going to be AG filling into the role that Hydra has been able to put up as well. Or it could probably be letting Freezy probably take that frontliner role more, because as we all know as well, in the previous run in Garena Masters 9, Freezy was kind of a toss-up between playing that AR role rather than SMG, and they let Hydra play that SMG role instead because of the lack of pacing. As we all know, Hydra was really known for hard anchoring a certain spot, and the pacing didn't really fit the team's favor, hence why they put them on that SMG just to have that better tempo. Now you got AG, who is a pretty fast man on it AR. I feel like this team's tempo is going to be pretty buff here, Cali. So hey, I'm pretty excited to see it. We're heading straight now here towards the map. We are transitioning to Slums Hardpoint. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the group stage for Garena Regionals 2025 qualifiers for the World Championship. It is going to be TSM up against the one and only Ninjas.
And map 1 is about to go live here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Star Magic will look to try to test Ninja and their strength on the Hardpoint Summit. And again, this is going to be the best map Team Star Magic will be able to offer on a best of 3 series against any teams that they'll be playing. And gotta have to respect the pacing that they'll be able to provide on the team. And AG seems to be starting on the SMG here along with Tin and Yato. So those are going to be your 3 sub trio that will look to try to make that impact on his close range gunfights.
Yeah, so it is going to be Josh and Freezy rocking that AR marksman role, leaving AG alongside Yato and you know, Tin on the front line here. So far, it's going to be a back and forth battle, but there's going to be a lot of definition here involved in this map. I mean, you take a look at this. So far, TSM has that better side of rotation, especially when it comes to rotating towards P2 later on. Ninjas, on the contrary, though, they do try to get a break here from the brick side, but they can't find means to win their gunfights.
I need to try to play through the blue dumpster, just to try to maybe flip off the P2 hardpoint, because this last 17 seconds, it ain't gonna matter a lot when you're trying to fight for a full 60 on that hill. Next hill coming up next, so you gotta have to make sure your team is coordinated, because it might easily snowball as we head into that P2. Ninja gonna be picking up the scrap and will look to try to play late on this rotation. It is going to be pretty tall task for them to maybe stop Yato as well as AG on the front lines.
Yeah, already on the Tempest, by the way, found a lot of fracture on the inside of the hill on P1, hence why he's
my
able to
God.
put on a burner. Only good for 2 elimination, though, able to get the chain onto 1 player up against Ninjas, but that is going to be buying them down enough time. The Ninjas can offer, just has to go for the pusher on the front line, and whatever they try to do, Crossfire's immaculately held on to by TSM.
Yeah, beautiful read coming out of TSM Magic, and the operators are really popping off. Like, it was a Tempest earlier for AG, now it's Tin's turn to hold off the point, and that's just really finding a lot of kills. Tin is almost about to build up to that EMP system. He's gonna get taken care of. Team Star Magic still, though, will get this last 30 seconds. And look at the difference between the hill time right now. Team Star Magic has pulled away by one good hill. Ninja needs to find a way to make this P3 their own money hill.
No intent on the last 20 seconds there to flip the spawn for side of TSM. Late on rotation here on this P3, but it shouldn't matter. Ramen finds one on the feed. Doesn't really matter. No, the trade's just coming in a bit more cohesive for the side of TSM. But hey, first 4 seconds, 5 seconds here coming into the play for the side of Ninjas. Looking like they want to try to solidify the hill with this Death Machine and the Sparrow. And they are able to push back the players of TSM with Philip leading the way 3-3 with the Sparrow.
Just what you needed with your operators, just to hold off the point at the first second wave gunfight that Team Star Magic was able to throw out, but it's gonna get a lot tougher here. You gotta play a little bit more pacing to maybe stop that point from crashing down. You need some mid-street control here, but you're really saved by the claw and all those operators that you invested, but now that hard point is officially broken by Team Star Magic. They got no operators to help you try to clear that one off. You need your vanilla guns to help you take down all those 2 players just playing around the point here for Team Star Magic.
Late 25 seconds break there for side of TSM. Ninja leave it uncontested, not until now. 5 seconds of the scrap time, well fought for. But look at the map here. 2 players from the side of TSM already scrambling across the garage side. P4, you're about to open up into the hands of TSM.
Yato with the equalizer, just pushing up, and this is how you try to play this P4. You get as much space as you can get. But the operator coming out of type with his War Machine, it might be essential for him to shut down the damage that's being taken inside of that close range. You're able to stabilize the anchor spawn, but now you need to play inside the point.
Double cut cross here from the back as well. They are able to flip the spawns now here, pushing back the players of Ninjas towards the brick side. And that is going to be them funneling from one direction. The Tempest is going to be coming through as well in the perfect time. AG finds one, make it a double for AG. The Ninjas, they try to rotate here towards the cemetery side, which, quite honestly, not going to be the best of looks. All of the crosshairs here for the side of TSM just overlooking one direction, and it's going to be definitely Ninjas here put into a burner.
Yeah, just pre-firing all that angle inside that cemetery is Team Star Magic. Just rough that Ninja is not able to find any mid-street value out of this, and so they are going to go down at least by 90 points as we enter the P1 reset, and they need to make sure that this time around they're the ones able to secure the bigger picture. Need to get that P2 spawn while also playing this P1. But then, with the Sparrow, takes down 3 players. And Team Star Magic able to clear it out so far, allowing AG to play around the point.
Not really the best pacing here for the side of Ninjas. Yes, you do have the better formation now here on this P1, but you still got to put yourself inside of the hill. So far, Tempest is out for 7. Only good for 1 elimination, though, as Tin is able to get the trade. Popping inside of the hill, though. More players here for the side of Ninjas, but all of a sudden, TSM, they go for a blitzkrieg break.
Blitzkrieg break. Oh my god, man. I can't say it. There's too much words for me off to start the day. But Team Star Magic, again, you're leveling the scrap time fight here. You're trying to take this last 30 seconds. You don't want the board TSM to just really run away with this. A potential 100-point glove if you do not take the P2. So you gotta just have to hold that. You got Type holding off the spawn there. You just gotta have to send one guy in at least to scrap this P1 and not give Team Star Magic any more opportunity to snowball this momentum.
Now it's gonna be Ninja's turn here to play defense here on his P2 as they are gonna be able to get the early rotation. 4-man push here on the cafe side. AG, Freezy leads the way. War Machine is down for Freezy. Last player to worry about here on the deep side. Taib eats the shell. 7 holding down the angle. Can he find the kill? Triple man shell. And it's gonna be TSM here forcing back, pushing back the players. Now here Ninjas towards the blue side.
Fighting through the fronts with 3 operators to help you. Maybe try to flip it here, but all of your players just fell down. No value out of the operator. And you're trying to play through that that be too long, but he's gonna fall down, and Yato's time to put the equalizer to the matchup, and he's gonna find 3-4 eliminations around it, and the Predator missile will be invested, and that's gonna stop these players from just pushing up, right? You got the information, and AG is gonna help this team even put more damage toward the blood clot, man. AG with another kill there, and TSM will be reaching 200 points as soon as this P2 ends.
AG on that SMG is just not doing too shabby at all, bro. Look at the time he has inside. Almost 2 minutes already. Claim this one down. Back to the game though, 204 to 74. Only one more money hill for the side of TSM to close out the deal.
Oh man, looking pretty bad here for Ninja. Now you don't got no operators to play around with. Philip now is the only guy there around with Ramen. We'll try to play this through the front. Yato just contesting his teammates, just trying to play their live out here. Not really a good spot for Team Star Magic, so Ninja has to be able to convert this. They got a couple of guys playing 3D here, so they should be able to push up and take some space. Ramen with 4 elimination. I'll throw in that Hunter Killer and the Predator missile to just help this team stabilize. This moment is really crucial. Ninja needs to get this P3 by themselves and also change this to a P4.
They probably gotta find a means to train the next 3 hard points as well if they want to stand a chance to take this game away from TSM. Last 14 seconds still being fought for. Still, only the time being. Gonna be TSM able to get the break here on this P3. And look at the players from Ninja. It's gonna be well prepared as well to deal with the push up here on this P4. Not bad of a recovery here for Ninja. After all, they do enter the 100-point mark. And the hard point now is going to be opening up here on the Speed 4. It's going to be a 4v2 situation inside. Stabbing from the back with a shotgun. Dealing with the first wave of gunfights. Ninja, they open up the hill with their side.
Not too bad with this one. Still get the Death Machine to play around with and stop this laundry push from Team Star Magic. Oh, Ramen just cooking him. Now his teammates definitely looking pretty solid inside of that point. Now they got the Claw to absolutely help them maybe able to stop this second laundry side push again. Team Star Magic are looking to try to flip that spawn, but in the efforts of that, they actually put in a couple of pinch play that puts number 2 in yellow in Ramen in a very tough situation, and he's gonna fall as the stack comes through for Team Star Magic. Type is gonna be trying to stop that bleeding inside, and they'll be able to hold on. This game is far from over. They just need to contest this scrappy. They are back in they're back in this game if they can make that P1 their side.
Yeah, you gotta find a means to not give off a lot of those points here on this P1 alongside window rotation towards P2. This could be pretty doable here for Ninjas. TSM so far late on rotation towards the next hill, but there's not going to be any contention here on the brick side. Ramex slides in, finds no one. Tempest is out for AG, zoning up, clearing up, creating the space for the squad. As the hard point opens up, it is TSM bounding over, reinforcing side of the hill.
Yeah, AG with the Tempest is going to get shut down, though. That's going to be a much needed ninja kill. But now the time is running out, and Team Star Magic only needs 20 more points to win this. Yato slaying another EMP system that's ready for utilities. Is TSM that can bring out that Predator missile to get some more information and finally put this game to an end by activating that EMP system. A lot more pressure coming in here for Ninja to make the play inside, but every time that they stack it, they all fall down. Team Star Magic, with their new roster, successfully takes map number 1 against Ninja in Hardpoint Slumps.
Pretty freaking dominantly. Never a time that we were able to see a lead change at all. It was TSM just clearing it all away. I mean, it all started with that P1 run, getting the bulk of the time, was able to upside their opposition by 30 points. Get the rotation towards P2 as well. Late on that P3 was still able to get the break regardless. P4 was still a bit of a questionable hill though. Both teams was struggling to get some sense of definition, but definitely a bit of a standout there for the set of Ninjas. And the rest just came through. Gunfights definitely was a bit of a factor as well. A bit of a late turn up there for the set of Ninjas. Only was able to start clicking at the second set of hard points, but the rest came through. You get to see Cali. Not much of a kill disparity, but unfortunately for the side of Ninja, 7 did struggle quite a lot though.
It is. It's just unfair for him to be able to play like he did, because he's just really getting fried out there by Yato, who scored 41 kills here, by the way. That's the highest on this lobby, and he's got 1 minute and 46. But what really surprised me here, though, is that when you are playing a hard point, there's supposed to be only one main OBJ for your squad, and that's gonna have to be an SMG. That was AG for Team Star Magic. but they also got Frizzy with an AR with the 2 minutes on the clock. So really impressive. They were able to play scrappy like that. That's, again, the value of playing with these Filipinos, right? I mean, they've been here for so long. They have adapted to the meta every year, every update. But one thing stands the most here is that they really can play with the tempo, and it can really be pressuring when you play really slow up against them.
You know,
and
something
Ninja,
about TSM,
you know, they could not
once
get
again,
anything on the P1, P2.
Oh, a bit of a bug once again. Apologies, Callie. I'm so sorry for.
It's
crossing you
okay. It's
over.
okay. Nah. Discord be bugging though, but it's all right. But what I was saying is that the P1, P2 start for Team Star Magic was really a hot start. Ninja just could not recover from it.
Oh yeah, surely. And you know, I feel like raw mechanical gunfights definitely something you mentioned as well that wasn't really clicking as well for Ninjas. Late turn up there on the second side rotations, but where it just didn't really shine for Ninjas for me was really those operator investments. Yes, TSM didn't really play flawless operator skills in this game. There were still you know, some OS that kind of lacked some impact, but it wasn't. But Ninjas didn't really have that sense of moments at all in the course of time. You take a look at the MVP, Mr. Retirement, coming back here in his first series for the longest time. Now here on his first day of the group stage for Garena Qualifiers 2025, he will be the MVP for this game, Callie.
Yeah, that's good because the last time I saw AG personally was back in the World Championship. It was there with Skurd, and they were watching around the side, seeing how Elevate was able to take the trophy home for Garena, and they were like saying, "See, that's our Scream buddy right there, man. We were playing close up against this team." It's crazy, but it's good. It's good that AG, even though he left the game and he stopped competing like at a high level in this year's 2025 tournament, he's just been able to really be effective again, still, even without a lot of practice. So it's just really greatness and the talent that he's been able to provide for this team that will make sure Team Star Magic become a better squad moving forward. This is just the first test for them, right? They still have to go to Elevate. They can go and close out a hard one up against Elevate. Maybe this team really does have what it takes. Take away a top 2 spot this year.
I mean, this whole squad here for TSM has been around for nearly, and I think over actually a year already, Callie. I mean, we did see the first presence for TSM back in Masters that had to qualify for Sao Paulo, Brazil. And they were definitely up there. But, you know, the lack of chemistry was definitely something that we kind of like mentioned back in the day because it did seem like a Frankenstein team, you know. And you take a look at this, though. Fortunately, this time around, you have AG, you got Tin, and you got Yato. What's the common agenda for them? All 3 of them are part of the Blacklist International roster. So, and then you add in the Youngbloods, Breezy and Josh. Hey, you got yourself a pretty strong team here. Hands down, Slum's hardpoint goes to TSM at 250 to 155. We move over now here towards Tunisia Search and Destroy. Callie, let me hear your thoughts.
I mean, I thought it was Team Star Magic that picked the first map because that is just the Team Star Magic way. But it turns out it was a map picked by I don't know by Ninja. I don't know what the brain was there, because if you saw it from last season, Garena Masters 9, Team Star Magic was frying teams in the Slums hardpoint. And moving forward now on this Tunisia, this is really where Yato really thrives the most. And you gotta have to be prepared for the heavy slams, which is gonna be seen here early. 7 needs to trade this. There we go. They were able to cut off this push with the 1-2-2 split, and with 2 guys trying to hold off that middle. They're going to be able to play 1v1s now, though, and Tin's gonna make that play.
1v1. Josh against the Eep. Bomb's gonna be planted here. Tape's gonna be taking the long way route here towards the back. Not too certain if Josh is going to be expecting this, though. Going to be hitting it here towards connector's side. Going to be playing off this off angle, trying to hop up there. But he can't really carry his own weight, unfortunately. But Tate, though, is going to be pushing towards the winery side. So Josh does have a pretty strong angle. I'm kind of surprised how Josh is pretty confident to leave his back open towards the connector side. Tate, does he see him, though? No, he doesn't.
Wow.
Josh wins the fight perfectly red.
That's the first time I saw a 1v1 post plant where that is the position you were trying to play against a defender. Right? It's usually the bottom tarps, the bottom yellow, or the shadow, or even the connector. But here, that's really a brilliant off strategy play, I guess. Now Team Star Magic look to try to play this one again. They gotta worry about that guy in the middle, and they do sort him out. Now Nyx will look to try to play for the switch, and unfortunately does not have what it takes to take down those players, but they do force this to another 2v2 situation, and Freezy is caught into a 1v1 situation where I think he has the information. He switches, and there we go. 7 is gonna get that kill. All down to Type once again.
Oh, the nade checks out. They know exactly where he's gonna be coming from now.
The bomb has been planted.
Type with the sniper. Into the situation once again where he has to clutch up. The flash connects. Freezy seems to go for a chase down. Yup, no hesitation at all. This is exactly where TSM shines, being ruthless. Quickly, just like that, Cali. They're now going to be up here by 2 rounds.
Oh man, it's just the 2v2 situations. Ninjas are doing a better job at just keeping this team at bay and solidifying the defense of that mid map. It's just that the late game situation is where it is kind of missing. Now Type is in charge of making a play here. There goes the first blood. Freezy out of this situation. There's only one sniper left here for the side of Team Star Magic, and Ramen does the cleanup. Cooks Tin and Yato down at the very bottom. So that's the defense that Ninja needs to put themselves right back in and take their first round win.
Phillips here is going to be working for the flanks. Finds Josh Brace down. AG's now going to be all alone. Ramen finds the shot down. That is going to be 1 for 2. Hey, perfectly read. It all started with Tape here finding the first initial frag near off the entry. But a stop onto the push, and Ramen finds a double as well off the cross. Great reads, great adjustments. That's definitely the pacing that you want to put up, especially up against a team like TSM.
Yeah, TSM definitely. That was a brainless play right there. Even though they pushed that B side, there wasn't really a smoke that was enough for Type to be covered, right? It came in late, so basically the opening was chalk there. As Type was able to sneak on by, but this time the timing for Freezy to sneak around the ramps, able to spot down Ramen at the bottom, and now they get to put that bomb at the B side. They stun check the player around the nuclear, and Type is going to be in a situation where he is going to get taken down. There goes the first 2 hits, and the third here as we got in, cutting down that mid side push here for Ninja. Post plant still going to be it's still not going to be set up, but all got 5 players for Team Star Magic around that B side.
Yeah, Tin just shoulder peeks there. Yato and IG, and Tin is just going to coordinate a triple man push. 7. Why did you leave TSM for OUG, bro? No, wait, wrong 7. Philip now going to be all alone. 1v5 situation. AG checks out. Yep, able to get the read. Quite kind of ironic that we're seeing in a lobby that has Freezy, Josh, and 7 is on the other side.
See, 8-7.
OUG 7.
OUG 7. You know why OUG was winning TDM? It's because OUG, if you spell it, it's August. And 7 is August is the 7th month.
Okay, that's
But
crazy,
anyway,
bro.
so let me stop my Illuminati, right? But he has Team Star Magic though, pushing through the A site. Philip is gonna fall down. Yato finally gets his first kill. And Ninja are always stuck on this connector push. Can't really find enough defense around the B and the A site, so it's really just troublesome for them to find the entry here, especially when you're trying to work with your sniper around the very back.
That's just a clear distinction here for the side of a squad like TSM. Play by your pacing. Blitzkrieg towards the side. Go for a 2-3 split. Easy. Said and done. You know, this map of Tunisia, Cal, even back then when they were under AZ, they always just like to go for the push on the B side. 5-bin push, clear it out, get your gunfights. And I feel like that's exactly what they're about to do here once again on this round. This time around, it's going to be this mid push that they are going to be offering, leaving player 5 Freezy so to play cut there on the winery side. Yep, 7 gonna run away, but no, they go for the challenge. Freezy able to get a cut there, finds a double, makes 7 away. Last player on the side, Philip gets taken down. Freezy, 3 straight to his name. Ramen to Eep, all alone. AG finds the Eep. Freezy gets taken down.
Triangle.
All of a sudden, Ramen all alone 1v3.
Illuminati confirmed. There's a triangle defense right there to surround the last player for Ninja on the connector side. And again, if you try to recap what just happened in the first half, it wasn't Ninja just adjusting, right? They were adjusting right It's just that the Team Star Magic squad just goes in, they're relentless, playing faster and faster in every round that they played. And Ninja just couldn't get the timing right, and now they're down 4 rounds. If they even want to talk about a comeback, they need to win this first round on the attack side, which is going to be very rough as you got to set up here for Team Star Magic around the middle. So they need to get this nades out to check whether the area is going to be safe to play around with. But Yato is going to be there to be the contact play. They got the info on the guy over the top stairs, and they're going to sort that guy out as well.
Pretty heavy mid stack from the side of TSM. Not really expected by Ninjas. Now it's a 4v3. Best call here is for Ninjas to try to get the striker on the B site. Breezy's going to be leaving that side out in the open. I'm kind of liking this as well from the side of TSM. If you don't really have the clear order on where the offense is going to be taking place into, attack one side, play the retake together, and I feel like it is definitely bound to go down to a 4v3 retake here, Cali.
They don't really mind. They got the number. And they also still got some utilities left to play around with. Make sure that the retake is going to be successful on that B site. But for Ninja, gotta get a nice position from one of your players that can allow you to get 2 eliminations. Can't allow a trade to happen here, but it's just kind of difficult for you to do. 7 needs to play his live out here. And the nade, though, for Freezy, just like what we were saying, is gonna be enough for them to overwhelm Ninja around the point. And there it goes. Only down to Type who finds the first one. The quick trigger for Freezy. Never challenged that man with his sniper, but instead played with the machine pistol to put him to the advantage. And he's got himself 11 kills, but that would have been a nice play there for Type to clutch that round for Ninja. But unfortunately, doesn't go his way.
Yeah, it doesn't happen here. Game point advantage now here for TSM. Good bit of push here for Ninjas. Looking like they want to play for the picks. 2-2-1 split for the side of TSM. Low-key kind of want to avoid this B side. Freezy has been on fire with a sniper. 11 kills to his name. There is going to be 2 players here coming across this B side. That is going to be Nyx alongside 7. Putting a lot of pressure and presence here on this B main alongside Red Hall. Not really committing to this fight, not just yet. Eyes there on the mid-map, though. Player 2 and 1, Tin Yato might just come across Ramen as well. There's a lot of 1v1 gunfight here, Cal, and it starts here with AG finding the first. 7 out in the corner, sprays down. 7 walks in. Now all of a sudden, it's total collapse here for Ninjas. 3v5, here we go.
The best thing about that is that at least you don't got your bomb holder just drop around that B side. Got a lot of room to work around here. Gotta take the factor that Yato is gonna be in the same spot as he did earlier. Gonna play the contact play, so Raven got that read right, and Philip is able to trade down AG. Now they have turned things a 3v5, but 3. Now they got the number advantage.
We thought that this round might just be the last, as the first 2 kills went to AG. Doesn't matter. All gonna come down to the snipers here to clutch it up now. Josh, Freezy, the prodigies coming through. He's gonna fly on by. Freezy narrowly dodges it. Gonna be a double hit here from the front side. Freezy does have that VMP as well to work with. Side 10 enters the top side. Should be able to spot one off head, but missing the shot. Freezy beats into it. Philip rotates here on the tunnel side. Freezy goes for the trail, finds the kill, and Ramen able to get the cut off there. Ninjas, they stay alive.
Nice play for them out on that round, man. Yeah, I thought we talked about it. Like Ramen, the entry person when it comes to playing around that mid map, and we saw how he got taken down by Yato around a chicken corner towards the A connector. And he just managed to get that read. He's got 2, and his teammate absolutely able to take down another player, put them at the numbers advantage. That last round, now they got some full steam confidence ahead. Look to try to push that bomb over B. Try to play for map control. Here comes Yato. Decides to push that all by himself, and he's gonna be the one first to fall. Nyx with the 2-piece. Philip with the double as well. And Ninja blasting through TSM on the attack.
3-6. Still staying alive. Still though gotta win 3 rounds in a row here to force his overtime. Probably only time that they're gonna be able to extend out and have their odds to have the win, but Yato starts things off with a God nade, finds Nixon ramming away. Once more, the first two blood goes to the side of TSM. This bit a closeout. No, Josh walks into Taip. Falls back away. Fjord Taip go for the reset. Player numbers right. Freezy overextends towards the back. Philip able to get the punish, and all of a sudden now it's a 3v3 once again.
They're deciding where to throw it or not, and they do throw it into Type. Almost got the takedown. Not enough, but at least you got some info that there is a setup on the A site. 3v2 here, they can overwhelm the players. Philip making the play. Steven needs to trade it, but he falls, and DSM defending the A side is secured to win. Now up 2 map wins to 0.
It could have been a close out there, coming in from the second to the third, or third to the last round. As TSM always started things off with a frag, but hey, able to get the first 2 kills, forcing a 3v5. Ninja was pretty relentless as well, was able to get the next 2 kills, getting the trade. Fortunately, this time around, they walk into the trap of TSM, and they close out the deal. Get to see Freezy's gonna be leading the lobby here with 12 kills to his name. 6 deaths. Alongside that is going to be AG and Tin with 10. Yato on 5 and Josh on 3. Well, on the other side, Callie, I mean, yes, we do see Taip there on the number 4 spot for the side of Ninjas, but quite honestly, bro, he was able to get a lot of those crucial kills.
It is, and this breaks up the game. I think the start that fully affected this team a lot. I mean, 1-5, hence when map is supposed to be not how you want to match, especially. But
yeah, I mean, you take a look at this, especially on defensive side, where you were able to see Taip actually getting those first blood, and that really truly disrupted the plays as well there from the side of TSM. But there was a certain time where, in some way, you did see once Taip was just playing the position over and over again on that B side, got checked out, and Freezy and the rest of the crew from TSM just started to flash stack that turn vicinity off nuclear, and there's this game through. It was an easy pick off there. They got them stunned up, they got the cut, and the rest, TSM just able to make the most out of it. I feel like the thing that lacked here for Ninjas is truly the adaptability. Whereas, you know, TSM is definitely one of those volatile, erratic teams where you don't really expect what will be the tempo be, so you really have to learn how to adapt to it in the midst of the round. Once again, Callie, to reiterate it, it's going to be Freezy from side of TSM that will be MVP here for this Search and Destroy.
And you know what's crazy is that this is the first time that Freezy playing stage 4. So he's in the right position now to really test for a top 2 spot and get them opportunity.
Oh.
Long road ahead.
I think the game was too hot to the point that it overheated Callie's mic. I lit it on it. Let's give Callie a moment to patch this one up. But yes, I do agree. I do hear you quite clearly, Callie. And moving over, I mean, I feel like in some way, if ever we get to see a bit more patch-ups here for the side of Ninjas, they could definitely be a promising team as well in Search and Destroy. There has been a lot of teams, Callie, that we didn't really expect to prove themselves on Search and Destroy. I feel like S&D has been a curveball of a game mode here, specifically on the stage 4 tournament.
Definitely, and it looks like it's just going to be it's just, I mean, winning the S&D is just how you are going to play and win up against the M. Are going to be your hardpoint team coming into this, right? So you gotta win your S&D, put yourself in a spot where you can win on an F control.
Yep. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving now here towards crossfire control. Here we go. Game number 3. TSM winning the first 2 games. Ninjas, can they close this one out here, bag this one through? Or is it going to be TSM here coming out here with a clean slate to start things off here for the first series of day number 2. Day 1 for Group B. As the first 2 kills going to come down to Freezy. Finds her first 3 action, making the 4th free for Freezy.
Oh my.
Next Ramen. Oh my days, just name it. And that's all going to be buying a lot of space here for TSM to push out.
That's the thing. If you want to play Crossfire, you want to take over this Butcher side and also the top P1 for you to be able to watch the cross. Get these eliminations easy. And then AG able to sneak on by, finds 1-7. Gonna be in his line of sight, and his teammates is gonna pick that kill up, and Ninja have lost control of this top P1. Ramen is only here left to play around with himself, and he is gonna be also faltering down to the ground. But you're loving the smoke here so far. Nice adjustments coming through for Ninja. They smoke off that mid map. They'll be able to some players play that ace. I get it right.
Definitely. Now 19 to 16 here. Coming through. And the progress here on the A control point. Still a bit lackluster for a set of ninjas, but fortunately for them, they are keeping the lives close here. Still up with the lives though. TSM, Josh in a big 1v1, but Tin arrives, fortunately, the right time. Now capture starts to persist here on his A control point. This should be a capture here for ninjas already. If I was CSM, maybe try to hurdle on here and probably just stack up drones B control point, play off the depot, and make sure that you do lock this one down. But they do win the gunfights once again, all due to Freezy finding another 3 spree on the feed. Just like that now. No more respawns anymore here for ninjas. Freezy is still going non-stop. Yato gets taken down by 7. 2v5 plus 5 as well on the respawns. It's all going to come down to this. 18 seconds left on the clock. 7 now going to be all alone as 10 finds Philip off the HS on the central building. Players of TSM reverberating around the vicinity. And 7 will take this one through. Out on the board, TSM will take the first round.
All right, looking good now. There is TSM. Just had to do the same thing again here. All about the spawn trap now. You're back at the attack. You know for sure that they're the ones playing a little bit faster in terms of pacing up against Ninja, right? So they gotta have to make sure that they are able to run off on the spawns and get this kill.
29 to 27. First bloods once again here going to the side of TSM. Now the entered at A control point. Pushing through, no sense of contention at all here for the side of ninjas. They do have 2 players set it up here. That is going to be Ramen and Philip, about to probably barge in here towards the central building. There is going to be 2 players they got to worry about, but the nade connects towards Josh, leaving AG now here going to be all alone. Does have the Tempest to work with, doesn't decide to pull it out, but doesn't matter though. Sprays on by, Ramen gets a kill, but the trade is on here for the side of Josh here towards the back. Now, lots of pick of progress on an A control point for the time extension here for TSM.
10 is gonna make the play work here. Again, just really wrapping up with that defense around the P1. But now his teammates, again, faltering down from the war machine. He needs to be able to extend out the shutdown Type here. But Type makes the play. Unfortunately, does not get there in time. Get that A side defense. So now Team Star Magic are granted another minute to play around with here. But you're doing a great job making sure that the live count favors your way. And you're just dwindling TSM every now and then here with Type scoring 5 in a row before getting taken down. That's just huge. Ninja will have this crossfire defense already in the bag if they continue to play with this.
Yeah, immaculate defense here for the side of ninjas. Double the lives away from the hands of TSM. Josh here in Desperado mode, gonna whip out this death machine. It can definitely still turn things around here on this round, but gotta play this one nearly, surely perfectly. But Ramen finds Josh, an operator gets dropped. Not really the best of investments here from the side of Josh, and now it's gonna be a total collapse. It's a lockdown here for Ninja. 3 lives remaining, 2 players remaining. AG, Freezy to clutch up the round. Against 5 players of ninjas, AG finds 1 nicks away. Phil able to get the trade with an HS. Now it's Freezy with a sniper here to make something work for the squad. I don't think it should matter at most. Pushing through, ninjas buying time. Trying to build up those operators, but nope, they close it out. Quick respondment there, 1 for 1 Cali.
Yeah, that's how you play this crossfire map though. It doesn't matter if you're lacking on the attack, but what you gotta make sure is to get some ticks going for your team just in case this game has to go in. Got to go to play in overtime, and Ninja manages to at least just hold down Team Star Magic with just 3 ticks. Gotta do better than that on this attack side this time. You got a couple of your guys able to slid on by on the bus station, but eventually they're all gonna get taken down. So now the problem here is you want to stop this place to crash down. So you gotta let Philip make the plays on this butcher side and not allow Josh to have the opportunity to make the plays and create space here for Team Star Magic. You did just that. Gotta do more. The lives are just dwindling down very fast. They can't afford to lose a lot more lives than this if you want to get some ticks in the attack.
17 casualties here, and the bulk of the kills has been going to the side of TSM. A lot of these teams just struggle to play on offense, Cal, and this was pretty evident as well coming in from the yesterday's run. A lot of this team just fails to really put up the impact on the offensive side. Hey, but it could be a turnaround here on this round, though. Ninja so far, they are able to buy down the space that they need here to start to put some progress here on this A control point. But Freezy whips out the War Machine to push out the players all the way through. Ape on the feed finds a double, but should it matter at most? Freezy here comes by. 3 speed to his name here off this War Machine, pushing Ramen back now. And they will be putting the capture here to stale here on his A control point. Complete watch out by Freezy here on his A control point.
Yeah, it's just gonna put a lot of damage and make this live count just more manageable for Team Star Magic. Now as they push on, Josh and the team just looking to try to keep up that A site that is through.
Now, no more respawns. No more respawns anymore here for the side of TSM. +2 here for the side of Ninjas. Can they close it out? Can they do it? So far, on the verge of taking the lead away from the side of TSM. Despite all odds against them at the start of the round. Mid-map, mid-round adjustments might just be enough for them to close this one out. 2v5, second tick of progress. Time is in the essence for the side of TSM, and they fall into the pressure that Ninja's gonna be able to put up. Freezy's gonna be all alone. 1v3 situation, it doesn't matter. They capture persist. Ninjas on match point. Wow. Match point. Now. And it's gonna be TSM here going back to the side of the map where they suffer the most. Here on offense. Ninjas on the run to close this one out as they start things off with a blitzkrieg play. Mid-map control, pushing through. So far, back and forth battle, but you get to see a lot of efforts for TSM. This time around, they want to prioritize getting a lot of control here on his B depot.
A B depot it is what they want to play around with Ramen. Again, that machine is going to play really good, and now they're going to bring it up. Josh is going to get taken down. AG will follow up, and Raven with the plays. Gets those 3 eliminations, and Ninja, look at the live count lead that they got, and look at the spawns where they're doing the damage on TSM. They're directly right at the T-side spawn, and Ramen is able to crawl up right to the laundry side, and then is going to get caught in the cross. And Team Star Magic might just take the fall on this map if they don't get things together with the Ninjas. Absolutely turning things around with their operators. Now they get the best opportunity to finally put this to an end.
14 to 20 now. Definitely should be on the run to close this one out, but you gotta make sure you leech off the players. Off the B depot, if you are Ninjas, don't give up the space that THNTS here on the corner building. Get the shutdown, Team connects with it. Yano able to get the trade here, finds a double, but the lives are drained apart. If you are TSM, you can't afford to let these players on the opposition to get the trades. But if you take a look at the map control, evidently much more dominated by the side of Ninjas. The Indonesians here hailing from the skies. And as we all thought that TSM would come out of this series with a clean slate, it's all in denial now. Finn all alone. It doesn't matter. Ninjas, they claim map number 3 in sheer dominance.
That's a type masterclass right there. 30 eliminations to his name on that map. He was just not missing when he had the opportunity to play with the Type 63. And that is just gonna put this thing to an end. And maybe Ninjas really with more time could really get something going for them. But you love the effort that they were able to show. They had a little bit of a slow start on that map, but when they went back to the defense, immediately turned it to an offensive round win. And just like that, they are gonna take this one home and not get swept. So that is gonna start your day off with a bit of a hard point mixy, but this control definitely so decisive on where they want to play. They were invading the spawns, they were pushing up with their operators, and more than likely Type making his return here in the stage 4, making his first stage 4 appearance if I'm not mistaken, able to put up some light here for the Indonesian region as he scores 31 elimination on this control map to put it to an end. And Team Star Magic, they really felt pretty confident on the first round win, man, on the defense. They were up by at least +10 at the end of that round, but it just fell off, and they lost the last 3 rounds. It's just unfortunate that their map control was just very lacking.
You know, it really felt like it really went down to Freezy on the first round, and coming in towards the second and the third as well. It's just that, you know, when you have Yato alongside THNTS struggling to create that space here as the SMG heavies for the team, that surely you won't be able to catch any breathing room to actually start to playing more objective instead of that, you know, on the defensive side. A bit of a change up there at the last initial round on offense, where you got to see Yato and THNTS try to put up more efforts to push up there on the B depot to play for the cuts, but nothing really went connecting for them. And it was pretty given once you got to see that last round came through and Ninja was able to recover from the big wave of a push hit from TSM. They were able to push back and just gain that map control that TSM was lacking overall. Your MVP here for the last and final map here for the series between TSM and Ninja, it is going to be Taib with 31 kills on his name.
It's love to see this man just rise up, right? I mean, did not have any opportunity to play for Singapore in the MSP region, but he took his talents to Cleveland. I mean, in Indonesia, and that's where he managed to really put a name to himself, right? All the repetitions that he got on that region definitely has allowed him to become a better player moving forward. So that is going to be it. That is our first match. Team Star Magic is going to win it 2-1. They still got one more game today. If I'm not mistaken, we also got Ninjas taking on the Nanapis priority, which is NIP, at our final game of the day. So they got a lot of chance to really prove themselves here. Here's our map picks: 250 to 155. Map number 1 win coming out of Team Star Magic after that scorching start on that map 1, P1, P2 on the first rotation. That allowed them to get a sizable lead, to not give Ninja any sort of control around the map. And we move on to that map number 2, where the Ninja Search and Destroy was played. Team Star Magic had a very aggressive start again, Warden. It was a 5-1 start for TSM on the defense, but on the map number 3, that's where it all changed. Although Ninja had taken a loss on that first round, they won the next 3. So it's all about getting your team activated once you're in the game, right? You can't have no slow starts no more. Those first 2 maps, it was really rough for them to try to bounce back from, but when they had the time to really put it even on the crossfire, they have not looked back ever since.
Definitely, man. And you know, for the side of Team Star Magic, they do have a matchup as well up against the NIP. So hey, we'll see about it. But for the time being, though, that is the first series here. If you guys are just tuning in, that was Team Star Magic up against Ninja. Up next is your defending champions of the world, ELVPK, up against Ace Gamers of Thailand. Before we proceed towards the next matchup, we're gonna have a short break. This is Warden alongside Cali. Stage 4 Garena Qualifiers. We'll be right back.
Friendly hunter-killer drone. Hardpoint lost.
止まるな止まるなごとれ信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by Side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Baseline その手で今 Make it go We're to the ball We're to the ball The precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
And welcome back to the 2025 Garena Qualifiers here for Stage 5. Yes, this is Stage 4. And once again, my name is Warden, the last 7 minutes Cali, and we'll be joining on the desk for today. Cali, we got Ace Gamers here alongside Elevate. The last day we got to see them play out up against each other was on the group stage on GS side. And it was in April 27, 2025. And it's been such a while. And the last time they bout it, it was a 3-0 won by the side of Elevate. Puck.
Elevate definitely is the better team out of here in terms of the respawns, hardpoint, and control. Warden, it's gonna be the play, right? But search and destroy is where Ace Gamers take pride of their region, right? That's what they're known to do. They are the S&D merchants back in 2023 and 2024.
She was a fairy. Yep, definitely, bro. And you know, you look at Ace Gamers, their S&Ds has been pretty strong. Unfortunately, their hard point and especially control has been a bit of a fall off there. You know, once again, you know, I really appreciated a tournament like GSI because that was exactly where we could have basically foreshadowed what could probably come along in stage 4 for this year, just by, you know, somewhat looking at the whole run that we've seen here, Cali, is that unfortunately, it's not somewhat of a repeat on how it went down on GSI. ABC Esports was looking to be the #2 squad, but here this time around, this is a totally different ABC squad. You're looking at Ace Gamers here. Fortunately, they don't have any roster changes, so I'm kind of hoping we get to see much more of a polished squad of Ace Gamers because it has been, you know, a fair share amount of time ever since they've come across the teams from MSP.
It's just, I think the closest that they got to trying to get themselves a higher seed in the playoffs was back in 2022, Warden. If you remember it correctly, they were up, I believe, 2-1 up against Smart Omega at the lower bracket, and then they lost the hard point, and then they lost Search and Destroy. And since then, when they lost Guitar, they lost Yeah, they've been trying to get themselves, you know, a little bit stronger on the respawns, but every year it almost felt like they are just losing their gunfights. But here we have it. Elevate, Puck, Olea, PJ Sasano, Yopi, Kalo, and Kendi. This will be the 6-man lineup that Elevate will be deploying for the World Championship. And again, fresh off of a loss, not able to win their Garena Masters title last season. They'll be here, start their day off, and look to try to avenge themselves and defend the Garena Regional Finals, the Garena Regional Qualifiers title up against everybody who will look to try to contest it.
Definitely, bro. And here we go. We are seeing the preparation here for the squad. Everyone's pretty much locked in. PJ's a bit sleepy though. Maybe hand him down a coffee probably would help out. But hey, they are up against Ace Gamers with the line of Kato, Soga, C1, Satach, and Anowin, Cali. And you all know this squad. You like these squad quite a lot, and especially their Search and Destroy. Let's see if they've been able to enhance this, because that's definitely one of their strongest suits. You know, if ever, let's say they are able to take off one respawn, probably control or hard point, and win 2 Search and Destroys, those are their key stolen victories, or key way for them to actually win off a series and have a striking chances up against these, you know, notable teams, Cali.
I love Ace Gamers esports a lot, right? More specifically this free slot squad, because of how just, you know, relentless they are. But even if they don't got no sponsorship, they're just playing it with just pure passion for all this time. And now they got a new roster. They got a new org that is able to help them get their act together. And now it is all about just trying their best in taking a top 2 spot in the World Championship. It's going to be easier said than done, but it starts here as you go up against the world champions in Elevate, who is looking like, you know, they're out for some redemption. Because if you take a look at the maps here, Warden, they banned out Slums and Hacienda, and they decided to play Apocalypse Hardpoint. That is their strongest hardpoint map ever. So they are looking to really put a lot of damage here and put a statement. They're out here to try to take what they lost on the Garena Masters 9.
It's definitely, and actually just looking at the roster, they do have a brand new name, you know, that is going to be Satach. I'm not so certain if Satach is the same man as Roy, but hey, let's see if this is going to work out. Could be again Apocalypse. This might surely be their strongest map here to offer up against Elevate, but at the same time, this is Elevate's most notable map as well, and one of the more notable maps in the World Championship. We all know how strong this team of Elevate Puck can be. Let's just come out. Come again, this is the first time that we're going to be seeing both Ace Gamers and ELVPK play inside of the stage for the Garena Qualifier 2025. And at this point in time, when we don't really have any data to back it up here inside of the tournament, anything could surely happen.
Apocalypse is one of those maps where you just don't want to play because of how really rough it can be on that P2. You don't got strong braking power. I mean, chances are you're gonna be left out with no cash on that hill. But here we go. Let's see what does Ace Gamer has to offer up against the world champions and the defending regional champions of Garena and Elevate as we start our P1.
Yeah, let's get it on. Ace Gamer starting off on the better side. There is going to be a bit of a pinch multi-lane push here from inside of ELVPK. And quickly, just like that, they lane out the players and the equip that spawns so quickly, Callie. Only took them 10 seconds.
Yeah, it took 10 seconds, and it's all about playing fast here. If you're Ace Gamers, you want to stack that point as much as you can while also taking the bottom control. But PJ, already with a 2 spree, make that 3. The King now made his return out to hunt some more players to his name. That's 4 in a row. Ace cannot sort him out. The head glitch is too good. The route there, finally able to subdue here by Ace Gamers, but Elevate will be able to build up in the first 20 seconds. But great job so far for Ace. Again, Warden, they are really stacking that hill at all costs.
Yeah, it's not a bad look here, but they got to start worrying about the formation that they can put up here as soon as the P2 strikes. You don't want to give up a pretty reinforced hill here on this P2, especially if you are against a team like Elevate. And soon enough, you do see Sugas here trying to contest for it, but Yopi gets himself away off this wave. And it's going to be Ace Gamers once again pushed back here as P2 is now going to be opening up. Look at the players of Elevate. Puck here, PJ pushed up, finds 1, finds 2, making a triple. 4 spree for PJ. The Tempest is out prematurely, but hey, Yopi doubles it down with a Sparrow, and it's gonna be ELVPK here opening up the hill, pretty solidified.
Yeah, I mean, PJ has already 11 eliminations in this game, a 5 spree and a 4 spree, and Elevate is looking like they don't want to give this game away, right? They just want to take as much kills as they can and put a lot of pressure inside of that hill, which they are doing so far. The Yopi and PJ wombo combo combining for 22 elimination. It's going to be rough because Ace Gamer at least only has 24 in total kills as a team. So it's just going to need to do something better than maybe just trying to smoke this one out, right? You gotta have to play for that new. You only got 14 seconds here, and PJ just continues to light things up in this game.
Yeah, PJ's rewielding the Tempest like a shotgun, man, running it down, clearing up every lane that he gets put up into. Now, Petrie's now going to be opening up here. So far, still going to be a lot of players from the side of Elevate reverberating around it. Big 1v1 for player 5, Kendi and Sugas, and Kendi's going to be able to prevail out of that. No spawn to finish here, though, from the side of ELVPK, but they got the War Machine here to try to get more reinforcements and solidification now inside. As it opens up, it is going to be ELVPK here in control, doubling it down now here with an equalizer for the side of Kalo. Wraps around, a lot of opportunities off the heady, finds Sue, C1 and Kato is out, and it's a full wave off here for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, now they're spawning on that temple side, and Kenny's gonna get all that information. And look at Sasano, he's just locking the angle and just beaming on that angle and just finding a lot of these eliminations. Has himself 14 kills here, last 20 seconds remaining, and Ace Gamers, it's just really looking rough right now. They've always been spawn flip every time, and it's just like how Elevate does really love to play around Apocalypse, right? It's all about making sure that they maintain control of those spawns and just make Elevate really strong around that point and make the opponent just not stable enough to play around the map.
Yeah, just ever so consistent here. He got Kalo dropping only 9 kills, but best believe it, if you take a look at his stat line inside and taking the impact for the duration of the capture, he's definitely going to be on top there. And that's just the beauty of the split that ELVPK has been able to master in its hard point. You leave Yopi and PJ to lane out and then push up, and then you let the role players do their job as well, respectively well. But you take a look at this hill, though. At the first initial start, a bit of a good investment there off the death machine to try to cut off the players of ELVPK. But they don't really realize that ELVPK is prioritizing to get the controller on the mid-map, and it's stopping the bleeding once again. ELVPK once more in control.
Looking good now here is Elevate as they have finally stabilized around the point. Now they got some operators to work around with and another Predator missile available, and PJ just shutting down these players with the Tempest. That's 3 kills, but clearly not enough as Ace Gamers has the better side on the spawns and will be able to reinforce right away. But look at how far Elevate is down to get these eliminations. Just like that, Ace Gamers were able to stabilize, and Elevate just got right back inside that hill quick. It's a 100-point lead that they'll be able to build up as we move on to new. PJ, again, gonna be the talk of town here as he's got himself 27-28. Wow. He's gonna swing on by on that bottom tower and looking for that fourth man. PJ already on 30 eliminations by the time we enter P1.
Yeah, it's just gonna be just the players from the side of ELVPK here containing every lane that they get put up into. PJ playing on the peer streak nearly so perfectly. Kalo dealing on the Tubby side. Said and done. Could be a momentary break here for the side of Ace Gamers. No, as they do quickly hop in, but they gotta worry about this War Machine here for Kendi. Finds one, finds two, could be a triple. Never mind the rest of the players of ELVPK just swarming inside of the hill, destroying their bodies over and over again. And they're just winning this one down pretty much the entirety of the game, Callie.
Yeah, Kenny was only 17 kills, but it doesn't even matter. He's just trying to secure the route for his team, getting that anchor done, and just doing some time around the board. What the team needs him to do. Right now, Kenny's going to spawn back over at Temple, and this team to be able to hold it off on this P2 once again, which is really the toughest part about this. If you're playing this Apocalypse Hardpoint, if you do not get that early rotation, it's just really hard to try to make the break through the front, knowing that there are offers waiting in front of your face. And Ace Gamers is gonna feel that here as Ace looks to try to build off through the front here once again. That is gonna be the EMP system surrounding them. And now Kalo turns out that EMP system. Now Yoper brings out that Sparrow, and just like that, that's the clean wave that Elevate is able to flush.
Yeah, just really remarkable operator usage here from the side of ELVPK. Brings in the Tempest, the Sparrow, just pushing back the players of Ace Gamers over and over again. And valiant effort from the side of Ace Gamers, so from the team of Thailand. I mean, they have been trying to probably push up here, you know, more cohesively. Go for a 5-tech pusher on the front side. It's just so unfortunate that they push in at the wrong time when the operators are well ready for the set of ELVPK. Now, you close things out now here, 213 to 54. Cali, ELVPK is on the pace of closing things out here on the next hill.
Yeah, 217 to 54 in the score line. Gunfight wise, Ace is not looking good. Every time, every time I'm just talking on the mic, it's just an Elevate highlight. I mean, that has been the case. It's just insane. Like Kalo, he started off with only 9 kills for it, and where is he now? In just one hardpoint rotation, he's got himself 33 kills. That's a plus 20 right away. More than Septic and Kato now.
231, 232 to 56. Ace Gamers should be long for a break here. Sugus leads the way, finds nothing. Start from Kalo, Yopi able to get the trade. 12 points remaining. ELVPK about to reign the victor's crown. As they cut off the players of Ace Gamers, the Tempest will come through. The War Machine brings it all down. PJ on the burner. Kendi closing it out. ELVPK winning here. Apocalypse Hardpoint dominantly.
56 points allowed on the Apocalypse Hardpoint. How much did Galoris take last year?
It's a pretty similar stat line, Callie. pretty similar. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that went down at the Apocalypse game. It all started with it was a 250 to 40. So hey, Ace Gamers did better than Galoris.
Yes. Well, that was last year's Galoris. Obviously, Galoris is gonna be the demons now. You saw what Mihawk and Lucasen was doing around the scrims. Crazy thing that they're doing, but hey, at least you scored 56 points here on this game. But then again, you're going up against Elevate, and that's the reason why it's really hard to play Elevate on a map like Apocalypse. I mean, yes, they may not have had the opportunity to play that a lot in Garena Masters 9. Why? Because teams are either banning it or Elevate is just trying not to give any opportunity for teams to pick it by banning it themselves. So it really is hard, but you just gotta have to accept that it's not the hard point that you're gonna need to do to win up against an MSP team, Warden. You need the Search and Destroy. That is your entry into this series. You just gotta have to play a great brand of control in order for you to be able to dethrone either the Stalwart Esports squad or even the Elevate squad.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, you take a look at the recap here for this game. I mean, everything was just pretty snowbally there for a set of ELVPK. There was a certain time where I was kind of seeing a lack of definition, especially in regards to spawn control there for ELVPK, but where did they excel and shine at most? playing scrappy. One thing so good about ELVPK is that they are so quick to redirect their eyes on where the bulk or the majority of the players from the opposition is going to be coming from. Hence why the trace is just so quick, and that is exactly one big reason why ELVPK is just truly staple in regards to playing a game mode like Hardpoint.
It is. And this is their game. This is their game mode. This is what they invented and what other teams have been looking to try to replicate. But nothing does it better than Elevate, as PJ takes home the win. Warden with the MVP. The king himself with 46 kills, 5,990 points. This will be our highest kill by a player today so far. So nice opening. Nice opening that we get to see here for Elevate. They're really out there to try to make their way into another slot in the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, ever so consistent that it's just going to be PJ here. And you know, a lot of these teams actually in the comment section, Callie, there has been a lot of topic where, are we someone seeing the same Elevate? Have they fell off? Are they washed now? Guys, it's not the fact that Elevate got torn down by Stalwart Esports. I mean, if you take it on paper, it was definitely like a terrific loss there for Elevate. But if you take it map by map, everything went down to the wire. It's just the fact that Stalwart Esports has now developed to a pretty prime team, just like Elevate, and that's exactly why, in some way, as a Garena representative, Gali, despite the fact that I am in TLE, is that we're seeing such a very stable squad here. There's two stable squads here that could be on the run for contenders to probably make it really far this time around on the World Championship.
I'm really confident about what the odds are for Garena itself, because if I'm thinking, if I'm TLE and I'm seeing who's going to be the representative for the World Champs, and I see Elevate and Stalwart Esports, it's really going to mess around with my head by a little bit because of what this dude has been able to do, right? But again, this is just going to be a very long game up ahead, right? We got 2 days. We're playing our second day. We got 4 more days of the group stage, and you still got 3 more days on the playoffs. So anything is still possible here for anybody that will look to try to take a spot away from Stalwart and Elevate. And if you tell me I'm biased, on God, I have the stats to back it up. So if you want to have a friendly conversation, just hit me up.
You want to know something funny, bro?
What?
You know, Glorious matchup there up against Elevate. What was the search and destroy?
What?
Tunisia.
How do you know, man? Let's see. Let's see. Wait. If I get it right, you know, Ace Gamers scored 56 points on that first map. Then here we're now going to be playing the search and destroy, right? And Glorious took 4 rounds against Elevate, but nothing does it better than Elevate right now as they take the first 2 hits. Really aggressive. And no, another pistol kill there. That is gonna be the push. Well, that it is. 2 guys on A, 2 guys on mid here for Elevate.
I am getting dizzy off the camera view here, Callie. We're playing top down. This looks like a classic 1D game, having a topside view. Okay, finally we do get the first person now. Hey, kills after kills.
Oh my.
Bulk of the kills just goes to the side of ELVPK. Now all of a sudden, C1's now gonna be all alone here. 1v4 situation.
Yeah.
Savoring the death of Kato, definitely.
That's what I would do if I'm facing Elevate. That's what I would do if I was. I can't wake up right there. Elevate gonna be able to take that one. We're just trying to fix things up something here. We're promising you guys you'll get the viewing experience right away. And here we have it, Elevate. Now playing round number 2 here with Ace Gamers, and again highly touted as the S&D merchants. Here is Ace Gamers, but that one felt like Elevate was more hungry to get the kill. And again, the same strategy, the same play, and PJ gets the triple. And Ace Gamers, no stunts, no smokes, not even nades. Enough there to shut down the push right through the A main.
The enemy has the bomb.
Attention now and now here. Still very dual round though. I mean, it is a 2v3. If they can go for the push on the B side and check out Susano, could be an open lane, but they are playing a bit spread apart. Bomb is still let it here on his A side to this, and now in here wielding it. That's gonna be pushing down here on his B side. Tottenham doesn't really have any information or any cues that Satech has now been able to push up. So if Satech decides to go for this full raptor on CT, then We could probably see this round going to the side of Ace Gamers, but I don't think they do get the call here, Cali. Well, anyways, though, 55 seconds left on the clock. And finally, we do get to see rotation now here, batting over here on his B side.
Anowin is in charge to make a play here with that shotgun. Looking to try to wrap that one around the B side, but you're making so much noise. Susano now has got that info. Waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He knew
He knows.
the players are already on the B side. And they're trying to play for that mid-map, but not knowing that the flank is not entirely cleared. So now, it's Anowin that will be falling down to the ground.
23 seconds left on the clock. Bomb is dropped there on side of the site. It's flying on by. No connection. That's a hop up here. Big cross for side of Elevate and Kendi. Too fast. A bit of a slow round there, but at the end, Elevate Puck, they do take it. Up by 2 to go. Ace Gamers put the stale.
PJ, somebody's got to stop PJ here on the A side hit. So now they're going to try to think, hey, I don't think that the A side is going to be safer for us now. So let's try to take this attack right through B. Now we got a couple of our players lined up there. Shots are being fired by Susano, so they know that there are a couple of defenders around this site. Now they throw those utilities. They get cancelled down by the trophy system.
Crazy.
And Susano finds the double and the triple.
Bomb spotted.
The pixel angle, and he manages to take that kill. And Elevate have turned this thing around in the blink of an eye. Candy there for the kill. Up against C1, and that's 4 sniper kills to make that third round belong to Elevate.
You just can't definitely afford to dry peek a squad or any players or any individual from the side of Elevate. Gotta use those smokes, blur out those snipers' vision, and maybe so then you can go for a blitzkrieg blue shot just like that. Now Elevate Puck here playing in a very aggressive tempo. Decides to go for a blitz there towards the mid map. Doesn't really find any opportunities as Ace Gamers is going to be revolving around his ace side. Kendi's going to be the first line of contact. Nope, Kato beats him to it. Now that's going to be a free side here for the set of Ace Gamers. 4v5 retake to go.
Yopi's going to make a play here right through the ramps. I don't think this angle is cleared yet by Ace. It's got some information that there are guys that are set up, maybe around through boxes, waiting for his teammates. They have a couple of utilities to make this retake possible. There's no trophy systems around the bomb site, so they can go in freely and play like this. A hard point. Yopi beaming players, shutting down a couple of guys.
Oh.
Anowin, last man standing inside of the bomb site, and Anowin's gonna fall down. Elevate will be able to clear it out with PJ, taking the last 2 players down to the ground. 4-0 is our scoreline.
Yeah, just judging from how these rounds has been coming into the play here for the set of Elevate Puck, they are definitely on the pace to absolutely dominate this game here, Cali. Now, second to the last round here before we switch the sides. Ace Gamers, they definitely had to claim at least 2 here before the initial switch up. We all know Elevate Puck on offense has been pretty ruthless. Ace Gamers here making the call. Going to play for the picks.
McKendy just slowing things down. Now, Gato, you would expect to be a knockdown top-tier sniper, but so far only has got 1 kill, which is so unlikely for Ace. And the thing is, they also got C1 with the scope, but they only combined for 3. Comparing that to Elevate, who's got 8 eliminations. Oh no.
This is out. Oh, perfect. Oh, no. Oh, so close on a second shot, but Kato finally. Let's get the trade up against Kendi. A toss up there on his mid map. No commitments anymore though. Heavily contested here on his ace side, and look at this though. 3 players gonna be biting the rotation here on B. There's only gonna be 1 player here, and that's gonna be PJ. That could be an understatement. Final player 1 pushes in as well. That is gonna be Yopi. Sprays on by, finds Satech. Never mind, Satech beats into it, but PJ's there for the trade. Last 2 players here. 1 on the connector side. Susano gets the read. That's all gonna come down to Kato to go for the clutch here. 38 seconds left on the clock.
How can he pick up that bomb when he's got no utilities to play around with? So he's gonna have to trust his instincts and searching for the location where Elevate is playing. That sniper really looks good in his hands, but now he's making a little bit of a struggle as he is going to be picked off around the mid-map. There we go. Elevate just looking solid on this map right now. 5 wins off of the defense, just making sure that they got those first bloods in favor their way.
Last round here before we switch the sides. Now Ace Gamers looking to go for a full stack here on his ace side. 4 nades flying in. Smokes concussion as well. Triangulated defense here for a set of ELVPK. And PJ finds the first initial blood. Yopi doubles it down with his HS to the face. Pato, Sugos is out. And now we're able to get the trade as well. And that's a 2v2. Kalo, Susano here for the set of ELVPK. And now in C1 here for the set of Ace Gamers. Bomb is dropped. ELVPK not going to be wasting any time. Gonna scope for the swing, and now he finds one. Can he find the second shot to connect with? Yes, he can! That's gonna be the first round here for Ace Gamers. Before we switch the sides.
A 5-1 split. How many have we seen where a team started on the attack and only scored 1 round, right? I mean, it's similar to how
Destroy the objective.
it panned out for Ninjas to start the day off up against Team Star Magic. So at least now you're starting off of the defense and you can sit back down and wait for the players to push to your face. But Sugus gets caught in the act. It's Susano with another pixel peek. And that man, Sedek, is gonna go down to the ground.
Now, a 5v3. One player here on Disconnector's side. PJ's gonna walk into it. C1 perfectly held onto. And then now he finds Kalo as well. It's gonna be a 3v3, but the bomb's gonna be planted. We full on retake. Sano playing on Winery's side. Got Kendi as well watching the wrap there, but it's gonna be a frontside push here for a set of Ace Gamers. Yopi, dead in the smoke, pre-firing, can't find anything at all. The wrap assists here with C1 finds Yopi away. Perfect opportunity now here for Ace Gamers to bag in another round.
Wow.
D1 finds Asano. Kendi all alone. Now in here on the front side, closing in the distance, walks into Kendi, but C1 is there for the trade. Ace Gamers getting the first round here on the second half.
And finding the timing there is C1 right from the A connector all over
Ready up.
this round. He was just involved way too much, right? Making the key plays with 7 elimination now. We talked about him having a slow start along with Kato, but now on the defense, slowly starting to get there. But they gotta play a little bit more perfect from here on out. They cannot allow Elevate to steal 1 round and be at game point.
Gonna lead the way here on the connector side. C1 looking to still commit. No, PJ and the rest of the crew instead of ELVPK, they just avoided him. They want to go for the entry on his ace side. PJ makes the perfect read. And just like that, another blitzkrieg of a play there on towards the ace side. Another retake situation that Ace Gamers has to put up. And this time around, they got the numbers disadvantage.
Throwing the utilities just to get some information how the setup is like on the retake here for Ace Gamers. Kilo, very aggressive angle here. A nade cuts through PJ, so that's one thing down for Ace Gamers, but they gotta deal with Kilo, who finds the double, swings on by, but not needed as Susano will clean it up. Getting that last skill, Elevate are now just around the way from taking map number 2.
Run this one down, game point here for ELVPK. 11 kills too. PJ took us with none. Big sack here for a set of Ace Gamers on the B side. Same all intention here for ELVPK. They do get stopped here by the smoke.
We got the bomb.
They pull back just a little bit. There's going to be a double hit as well here towards this mid map. Line of contact here is going to be Sogus. Can he find the first kill though? He needs to win this gunfight to stop the bleeding. PJ, Kendi, looking to go for the double chow. Kendi gets the read, but Sogus finally finds the first. Draws back away. That's exactly the play you want to do. You got the numbers on your side. The 5v4, ELVPK playing off a very slow tempo, coming in so differently from the last 3 previous rounds.
I mean, they're giving away that A side free and just utilizing those snipers to really get some info. But the problem is that B side is where Elevate wants to make the play. And they've seen a couple of players already. They're playing it slowly. Now the information is there for Sugus, but still Kalo beams him down at the close range. Ricardo needs to hit some shots here. His team needs it, but he can't nail down those long-range engage and Elevate. Finds the opening in this round to fully close the game. 7-2 on the scoreline.
Absolute domination here for the search and destroy ELVPK. Another walk in the park. Absolutely getting it done. GG's, well played, but hey, they're still gonna play out every single game out here, and it has to come down to control here Ace Gamers wasn't really drawing near in any of the first two game modes, Callie. It was just ELVPK fully in control, bro.
It is. And again, the slow start of the sniper really was the problem for Ace Gamers. Kato only had 1 kill in, I believe, 5 rounds. And C1, I mean, he was there during the final stages of this S&D. But this team really requires him and Kato to have some staple shots on those first bloods, or just even trying to hold down lanes. And unfortunately, they just could not do that. And Elevate just got through those bomb sites quick, not allowing the players from Ace Gamers to get the proper setup on the attack as well. Is really impressive, because they don't want to engage with those snipers that really holds down those lanes, so they just try to overwhelm them with the pace.
Yeah, I mean, ELVPK, one thing that kind of like stands out for them here on Search and Destroy is how they're able to switch up the tempo. All of a sudden, they can play all aggressively, dominate an aggressive take, and then the opposition is just going to try to stack up that site. Then all of a sudden, ELVPK is not really headed towards a direction, and then you kind of get left into a situation where you're thinking, what's the next call here? What's going to be the next play? And I'm really impressed, and I'm really happy to say that, because for the longest time, Search and Destroy has been pretty lopsided for the set of ELVPK. I mean, you take a look at the way that the World Championship got played out. Yes, they were able to win this one flawlessly, but what game modes were there that they bled out on was only on Search and Destroy. For them to really polish this one up, got to see it. Now MVP there, you got to see it flash so quickly. It was PJ once again. 2 for 2 here on the series.
I mean, if there is a Zai for Wolves in the CDM region, right? You got your own version of Zai here in the Philippines, and that will be PJ for Elevate. And Star Wars Esports, that would be Jai, right? So that's pretty okay for us to talk about, right? Because if you just think about PJ, you would think that he's some crazy maniac on the control and on the hardpoint game mode, Warden. But he was never really regarded as a strong hardpoint S&D and control. He was never an all-around player. But this time, this year, Garena Masters 9, GSI, and here in the world stage on the opening game up against Ace Gamers of all teams that we know for sure has had their best moments in playing S&D. He was able to light things up with 16 kills. Now we move on to a takeoff control. Well, fun fact, takeoff hardpoint was the best map of Elevate back then before it was replaced. But we move on to a control takeoff. And you gotta have to watch out for Elevate here. And if you just try to watch how they play, it's just fast. They get in your spawn fast in the moment that you think that they are. Down to the ground, there's a couple of guys just already in your base, just trying to get your kills. So you gotta be aware of that, Ace Gamers. All 3 lanes must be covered up. Cannot allow Elevate to try to manipulate those spawns when they're on the attack.
Well, fun fact though, this is gonna be the first time that we're gonna be playing takeoff control here for this tournament. Hey, let's get it on. Start things off here on offensive side. It is gonna be ELVPK and clear sense of control. And by the way, this is gonna be played on the new spawns set up here for the set of takeoff. So spawn trapping is not gonna be the easiest thing to do. But let's see about it. So far, there's a clear bounce here on this mid map, and not bad of a start here for a set of Ace Gamers. In fact, they are going to be on top, but let's see if they can get the push out here and probably lane off the players of ELVPK, which they are trying to do. But we all know ELVPK is one of the more prepared teams out there in any situations. And both of these teams are trying to get the extension here to try to slay off the lives out of way. Not really a lot of objective plays are going on here for ELVPK.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get the top side control. That's how you're going to win an attack side here. You're not going to win it through captures for sure, but you do want to get some hill control, and that is going to be on the A side now. They're trying to get their first segment in here, trying to escape the spawns. Right now, here is Susano, and he does the damage from the top P2 and on the ATM. That's a double kill for him. And just like as we said it, right, you got to take care of all those 3 lanes, and look at where Elevate is right now. They got the top red in their position, and they're just trying to spawn that team over at the medic center, and they're really confident at just putting one guy down at that A side. Just get that capture, because it takes a while for a player to get through that objective.
Yeah, I mean, once you have one player on the medical side, exactly what you just say, medical spawn's going to be granted there on the defensive side. And what lanes you got to watch out for is only going to be that stadium alongside the P2 control probably ticket booth as well. So it's going to be easy for anyone that is going to be playing on an A control point to anticipate any pushes from the defensive side. And that will be leading to a total collapse down here for the side of Ace Gamers as we get to see last lap remaining. Kato all alone in a 1v5 in a dream up against the full squad of ELVPK. Here, what more can you do? Push it through, find COP all the way, and ELVPK, they are going to be stalling out the time. Kato knows exactly what's up. ELVPK looking to build up those operator skills, 2 out of 5, make it 3 out of 5 now. Only Yopi and Kalo needs it.
Oh man, Ace Gamers just really... They were able to do the damage face to face on the first half of this game. I mean, you saw it. They were controlling the top red. They had the mid-map in control. They even had 2 guys trying to spawn trap Elevate on the top P2 as well as the ATM, but it's just rough. It's just rough. Elevate just really comes at your face at a very aggressive angle. And when you're fatigued, that's where they're gonna tear you down even more. That's the crazy thing about this squad.
Definitely. And now we start things off here on the second round with ELVPK now here on defense. They should have 5 out of 5 operator skills here available. Kendy's going to start things off with a War Machine Gambit, finds attacked away. And this mid-map control here, this is exactly what ELVPK would like to take onto. Mid-map control, get the extension here on multiple lanes. Push back the players of Ace Gamers, and that will be a spawn trap soon enough insinuated by the players of ELVPK.
Yeah, PJ now again on the spawn trap, and this is where it all gets a little bit harder for Ace Gamers to try to win on the attack side. When you got Elevate right on your spawn, it's just really gonna be problematic. They got 3 operators available, and PJ gonna deal the damage on the spawns, and you got Susano taking care of that mid lane. I mean, at that Medcare center right through P2, and he is gonna find 2 eliminations with it. Now it's Scalo's turn to pop the operator, and the claw gonna be good for 2, and just like that, Ace Gamers are down to 6 lives.
Yep, no more respawns anymore here. Suga's C1 and Alan gonna be all alone alongside Sitach as well. Gonna stall out the time, trying to delay as much as he can. They try to hop in on a control point, but no matter what you try to do, the game is pretty much over here inside of this round. 18-1. C1 all alone here on his B control point. Trying to put in some progress, but hey, you can dream on all you want. The round is pretty much done and dusted. Susano from the top side of P2 closing it out. Match point, game point here for the side of ELVPK.
That's it. They're going back on the attack. Ace Gamers, you got a couple of operators to pop here on the defense. You got to be able to convert at least 1 here.
And they do it. Back on the offensive side. ELVPK this time around. Clear signs here to go for the hit here on his P2 side. Sparrow's going to be out for Sugos. DJ and Yopi's going to be out. Same goes for Halo. T1, Sugos, and Alan goes for that extension now. And once again, here on the defensive side, Ace Gamer not doing too shabby, finding the first entry kills.
Oh man, here we go. It's all about the spawn trap, and Anowin finally able to put himself in the board. That's 2 kills. Spawning this team a little bit mixy right now. Medcare, top, bottom blue, and Susano's going to be affected. I don't know if he knows, but he does decide to pick it out, and that is high value operator coming out of Ace Gamers. The life count is still very close, and you're not taking care of that 3rd lane. I'm talking about the top side of the map. Number 2, and PJ is able to crawl on to that spot just easy, and you can't allow that to happen.
Into 14. ELVPK here creating the space here on his mid-map. And they swinging on here with an Odin. Upside control still for the side of PJ on the red side. Tempest is going to be out. Looking to push back the players here on medical side. Once again, does he get the read? Finds attach off the heady. Doesn't win the connection. ELVPK still going to be down with their lives, but they are trying to put up extra efforts to get some time extension here, Callie.
Susano and the crew those got the opportunity to play for the Ticks here. Now they bring out their operators. Oh, they want to end it here. That's 2 kills for Yopi. Candy pushing out on red, and man, now the damage definitely now equalized as Candy continues to push through and get some kills here, relying on Sugas to make the play here for Ace, and he does find those 2 kills. But it's still going to be a 50-50 here, as we got Ace Gamers just disregarding the Ace side hold here for Elevate, and that's going to increase their odds here by adding that extra minute to the clock. Susano with the death machine now. He hears that information, he swings, he takes down Kato, and now it is Sadek that will also fall. It's all down to Anowin and Zugus to make a play, and they do sort out Susano. But can they do it up against the king, PJ himself?
He knows. Exxon Bice goes for the spray, finds it, drops to the ground. That's a 1v1. PJ, do it. Long wrap around. You might just be able to meet here on secret. Oh, PJ. Oh, the timing. No, it doesn't check out. Sugas pushes around, and Ace Gamers, they prolong their lives here on takeoff control.
Not yet over here. You still have a chance, but the hard part about this is you're on the attack. But the best part is Elevate invested all of their operators in that last round, so you have a chance to just go band per band with those raw vanilla guns in order to take this one away and force an overtime.
Sugas gonna go on a run here with a Sparrow, finds PJ away, still surviving. Finds Sue. Yope in the process takes Sugas away as well. 20-28, the War Machine's gonna be out. Needs to clear out AC here, looking like they want to go for a split here on his B control point. And he's still holding on to that AC devoted lead, still connects the shot with a Tundra. Finds two! D1 out! This total reset once again for Ace Gamers.
That is going to be really good for Ace. Just gotta have to put some pressure here, stop that clock, and you'll have a lot of options to try to play around this map. You're trying to get a little bit more pressure on that top blue, but Kato just not gonna try to pick and take down Yopi on that angle, so that is gonna be a tough take. Yopi able to find 3 kills just by holding that all on his own. So Ace Gamers are left nothing to do but to just move around the B side.
We see some progress now here for Ace Gamers. Gonna go for the capture. Tempest is out for Anowin. One player on the top side goes for the reach out to Sano with a Type 63. Absolute cheat code. Kato though responds back with his own type. 18-13. Once again, Ace Gamers having a run for their money here, Cali. Up by their lives. Getting the progression that they need here on the B and an A control point. Time is not really a problem here so far. And they do win the gunfight as well here on this B control point. Cali, this might be another round for Ace Gamers.
And that's how you try to win it up against Elevate, right? Again, the constant defense right through your spawn, you're able to get that, and you have also taken the B side capture. So now you only need 2 more ticks on that A side, so this should be a round win for your squad.
Oh! Narrowly misses. 12-6, double the lives away. Elevate puck. Has to either fight for this A control point or has to win the trades. D1 puts the last reset for Elevate away. 4 lives remaining. PJ, Yopi, Susano, Kendi. The last hope here on this round. Ace Gamers. Can't afford to put up any mistakes. Can't afford to peek one by one. PJ gets checked out. Kendi on the feed finds Kato. Yopi holding onto the secret side. Setech finds PJ down. And now it's just going to be all going to come down to Yopi here to go for the clutch. A 1v5. Ace Gamers, as we thought, it could be a close out there on this round. Total reset. About to be. Heading straight to a round number 5. Yopi, how much more can you prolong this? Pipe in his hands. Capture ensues. Last tick of progress. The pressure is on for Yopi. Decides to go for the swing. 5 players here inside of the hill. It's over.
No.
Round number 5. Ace Gamers, they've done it.
Now they gave away 6 sticks on that round, so that means Ace Gamers are on the defense. And this is going to be a rough hill climb now for Elevate. There we go. Ace Gamers has done it. They have forced overtime. And this is literally how you try to beat the MSP teams. Just gotta accept it. S&D and control is the way to go. And right now, Ace really intent on trying to take this win right now. They bring out 3 operators to fully shut down the opener for Elevate.
Make the cut. Yopi walks into the claw. Finds Kendi as well. But Kendi with a War Machine beats him to it. Finds a double with his type. With his XM4 as well. 28-27. PJ looking to get the run here with a Tempest. Finds one off the cut. Medical spawns here for the set of Ace Gamers. Beautiful map control here so far for the set of Elevate Puck.
That's nice control coming out of A so far. But again, you gotta play for kills now. You're on the spawns of the enemy. You gotta find a way to take that space and try to convert it into kills. But Elevate has done a great job taking a couple of rounds here. PJ do find himself falling down. And Ace Gamers, right where they're trying to play, lost out on the opportunity to play for the spawn trap.
Just so unfortunate that Ace Gamers wasn't really able to find the value that they were able to intend to do at the start of this round. 2 offers whipped out, no lives really reaped away. Now, 15 to 20 here. Kendi going on a spree. 3 spree on the feet. Susano with a death machine. Solidifying, reinforcing this A control point. Hands down. Hands granted. Time extension here for the set of ELVPK.
At 12-19 on the score line, and Susano's gonna make the flank, but C1 with a big kill right there that will stop the spawn trap to happen here for the side of Ace Gamers, but still got a couple of more operators for Elevate to operate on the attack. And C1 responding back, but your lives definitely not in the best spot possible. And you can't afford to lose more lives on the defense. As much as possible, you try to erase the deficit here by giving up that A side and just focus on B. But right now, your lives are down to 3. And Elevate will escape narrowly on this win up against Ace Gamers on map number 3. Takeoff will be a very close fight, but Elevate will be the ones prevailing at the end of the day.
Absolute close call there. D1 doesn't want to give up, not just yet. Against 5 players of Elevate. Yep, it's over. Hyopi closing it out. Narrowly, shallowly winning the very map. Really went down to a comeback there. But at the end, ELVPK able to make that most out of it. You get to see on their faces, not really the proudest win there. Definitely a very close call. But at the end, still was able to get the adjustment.
It was, I don't know what Yopi and PJ did there, but the team decided to, hey, this map, this round number 4, we got some operators. We had the best, round number 3, we got the best operators. We have the best chance at pulling away. Let's decide to invest it now. And they did not manage to get any value out of it because Ace was able to win that round. And when you entered round 4, you had no operators to work with, and Ace just capitalized on getting that round win on the attack. And you take a look at this one, right? A big difference, Warden. Ace Gamer is able to make it close at least this time.
I mean, the fact that Ace Gamers was able to put ELVPK on their toes says a lot. And it was definitely much more intense comparing it to how it went down on the first 2 maps. And gotta say, Ace Gamers, when they get their operators starting to line up and get them connected, they are definitely able to put a team like Elevate, you know, getting all shaken. But overall, I mean, it all went down to the first 2 rounds here for the set of ELVPK. Ace Gamers find the respondment and they win the next 2 as well, but at the end, Ace Gamers wasn't able to fulfill the reverse comeback on his control map. Still ELVPK able to get it done, but valiant efforts regardless from the set of Ace Gamers.
It definitely is. And they played it perfectly, right? I mean, they lost out on the 3rd lane. They were losing the bottom blue and the top red control, but round 3, round 4, at least they were able to manage it. Maybe not that consistent, but they had a couple of guys around that route and able to stop Elevate from just making sure that they are the ones that manipulate the spawns. So yeah, definitely something to VOD here if you're Ace Gamers. This definitely is a map where you can slay Elevate, but nobody does it better for this on this series 10 Elevate right now. It's Yopi that will take home the MVP on this map number 3.
OP1 Kenobi, as you would say, Kali. I mean, giving his opposition always that fat L. This is probably one of my favorite posts here for Yopi, Kali. I mean, it's a big statement, bro.
Definitely is. And Yopi's that guy, right? I mean, one of the duo, the SMG duo of Elevate that really elevates this team, no pun intended, in trying to play the respawns. I
mean, if people don't know, Yopi is just the IGL for ELVPK. Definitely makes the final calls out there alongside, you know, Kendi and Susano. Those are veterans that you want to mention as well. Now, you take a look at the game once more. The first 2 initials, 250 to 56 on Apocalypse Hardpoint, 72 onto Nisha. Absolute bloodbath by the side of ELVPK. But you move over towards takeoff control. They were able to win the first 2 rounds. Next 2 went to the side of Ace Gamers, went to a round number 5, and narrowly almost taking the L as well. They're on at round 5, but unfortunate for the side of Ace Gamers, wasn't really able to make the best out of their operator investments, and it was ELVPK able to clutch it up.
And there it is. That is going to be our second match of the day. We got 3 more to go, Warden, and yeah, straight up dominance on the hard point on the S and the SND here for Elevate. But I felt like Ace Gamers could have done a little bit better and put up more fight on that S&D, but just really wasn't the case there. They were off guard by how aggressive the Elevate squad was playing that defense.
Definitely, Cali. And moreover, I mean, that something's up here for our second series for today. We still got, what, 3 more to go here, Cali. We are approaching our halfway point here for today's broadcast. And let me tell you, the next match here, I am dying to see once again, because we didn't really get to... it was their first match earlier. I mean, it was everyone's first match here for today. But definitely, we are looking at the squad of Team Star Magic. This time around, going to be going up against the squad of Nap is Priority, aka NIP. So that's definitely a matchup that I'm, waiting to see, bro.
I mean, a lot of inspiration from the Taiwan region, right? They got Zaiwu, now they got NIP playing in this tournament. So I don't know what it is, but Taiwan definitely is a banger so far. You saw what happened with 3 Evil Dragons yesterday. On God, if that was last year, they would have won at least 1 map, only Warden, and that was the S&D Tunisia. But they won 2 maps up against Prestige yesterday, so that is definitely an upgrade from the Taiwan region. And I'm really proud that every year they bring something new to the table. And although the progress is definitely quite slow, they still always put up an entertaining fight, especially for me. I may be biased, but I really love the Taiwan region and what they have to offer on a game.
I mean, I gotta say it exactly the same for Thailand, Taiwan, Indonesia. They're always so persistent to, show something better after the course of this year towards the next year. And the risk will come true. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stage 4 2025 Garena Qualifiers. Approaching the halfway point of the broadcast is going to be NIP and TSM. But before we head straight towards the matchup, we're going to have a short break. We'll be right back, guys.
てくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
is going, everybody? Welcome back to the Garena Regional Qualifiers 2025. My name is Kali. I'm down here with Warden to bring you guys the third game of the day. It is a major matchup. NIP going up against TSM. It's going to be a great matchup up ahead because you already know that NIP is the Taiwan regional representative, and TSM, after what we saw from them earlier, we saw how AG performed up against the squad of Ninja. So let's see how we will be able to impact this team moving forward into this coming game ahead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely showed a lot of promise on hardpoint and search and strike for the side of TSM, but the control was a bit lackluster there, Cali. They actually took that L earlier against their opposition. So hey, gonna work on that. Do they stick to Crossfire? Or have they patched up on it already, or are we going to be seeing a different map here to be played? NIP. See the face of AG, totally nonchalant, just another walk in the park. You get to see NIP. Absolutely stunned. Welcome to stage 4, NIP. Shut up, Kelly.
I mean, look at the gunfights. How many? I think there were like 4 operators. I mean, there were 4 score streaks fully maxed out at the end. 1 for AG, 1 for Yato, 1 for Tin, and 1 for Freezy. The gunfight really was the only problem here, and the lack of rotational fights for NIP and the idea of how to try to play the transition from P2 to P3 definitely hurt their odds a lot, because you saw it like the P2 when NIP was just starting to break it all 60 seconds. They still tried to take the hit on the last 15. So when they died, Team Star Magic was already rotating onto new and they were spawning on old. And that really hurts them in trying to make some points actually in their way, Warden.
Fortunately, here on this first deck, we did get to see some breathing room there from the side of NIP, but all of a sudden AG was just like, hello, I got a Tempest with me. Let me just, wash you all away. And the rest of the players from the side of TSM was able to make the most out of that. And that's exactly what you want from a hardpoint team, Once you got a player creating the space, you better make sure you provide it coverage, support it, and make the most out of the impact that certain individual did. And that's exactly what AG was able to put up here for the side of TSM. Granted, getting the MVP once again on hardpoint.
Yeah, that is how you want to see AG, man. You saw how he was locking things down at the end with the Tempest. He went 5 for 6 on it. Unfortunately, could not get anything on his last bullet, but this is just literally how you want to try to put your team on your back on the hard point. Definitely a world player, a world caliber of a player in AG, really stepping things out for the team.
Yeah, definitely a world-class player there, Cali. I mean, when it came down to playing in a LAN event up again with the Sour Esports, man, he was really one of those guys that just was so consistent for the longest time.
There we go. That is going to be our map number 1, man. We're moving on to we're moving on from the hard point. We're moving into map number 2, where it's going to be a search and destroy. I'm still phasing what just happened here, because definitely the experience was lacking for NIP in the world stage, in the international level, but I did not expect it to just be 25 points in a hard point combine.
Oh yeah, and the problem for a lot of these teams is that if they are not able to make the proper read on combine, and if they haven't really gotten the fundamentals touch or like the textbook rotations for combine, then the team that is prepared is most likely going to come out with a snowball run. I feel like the only hard point that could come out really erratic is honestly not even P1, bro, because P1 you can definitely streak up, you can definitely push back, get the initial read. P4 definitely was the breathing room there for NAP, but TSM was still better at. But hey, let's neglect hardpoint. We're heading straight to Tunisia. Search and destroy, and we start things off here on the offensive side. That is going to be TSM here leading the way onto a B site with Freezy lurking here on A.
NIP down by life, but they're pushing through now. Here we go. That is going to be 60 in. And there we go. Chaotic is going to find the kill. Yato's going to be down, but then on the high ground finds the kill onto 6 Din. And then the other one onto Chaotic, so it's only going to be Black. We'll try to hold this one off up against 4 players. Really going to be tough here.
1 to 4, bombs planted. Odin in hand in a dream. Finds one, gets AG away. Should be able to call a reset, but walks into Josh's crosshair. And the first round, expectedly going to go to the side of TSM.
There we go. That's the round 1. And again, for NIP, you're starting on the defense. You just got to be able to stack at least 1A or the B side, right? You got to 3-stock something here, because TSM can really be overwhelming. And here we have Lee Jae-in, and he's going to be the only guy here playing through the long side. So he's got to be very careful with the sniper here. He's going to take Chaotic down, so one of their members already down. Oliveira trying to play the cutoff, but unfortunately Tin with a turn on. And he's going to fall. A 5v2 now, right now, in favor for TSM.
Oh, Freezy finds 16 away, and that's going to be leaving Lee Jae-in here all alone. 1v5. Yato makes the cut, able to get the breakthrough. 2 for 2 there on the B side, and 2 for 2 for the rounds here for the side of TSM. TSM. I mean, you are playing probably one of the more rep naps here by the squad, so you better make sure you are coming into some sense of preparation. And most typically, you know, TSM, they like to go for the blitzkrieg pusher on the B side, but this time they want to go for this mid slam here, leaving Freezy once again to contest his winery.
There we go. Yato pushing through now. This is going. And he's sent back down to the next round. Then gonna get the information? I guess not. Hello. Yeah, he did not see it, and unfortunately, he's gonna fall down. But again, you have already put yourself in the numbers advantage, and Yato decides to clean up the mess. That is gonna be 3-0 now, in favor still for Team Star Magic. They're just really running through this one quickly.
Yeah, 3 rounds over the course of like what, 2 minutes here, Callie. It's going by really quickly. Now 2-1-2 split here from side of NIP. Big stack once again here for TSM here on his mid map. Nate's gonna be flying on by there on the nest. Oliveira though finds the first kill. 10 gets the trade. Yato is gonna be out here on his wave. Lead GIN finds a double here with the type 6 tree. 10 makes the cut there on the tunnel side. But hey, they got the numbers advantage here for their side as well. 2-2 as Josh finds Chaotic. That's all gonna come down to Black and 16 here to be the saving grace to probably provide a first round here for the side of NIP. Pin and Josh will be biting the rotation there on the A side.
There we go. An opportunity here for NIP to play it. I just have to dictate where the bomb will go. They just got to wait for where it will be staged from. So now they get the info that it's going to be on the A site, and they're trying to hit it from the enemy spawn. And that is going to be a clear angle again for them to take. But look at where Josh is holding this. Just another off angle he utilizes, but this time it's not going to pay off. So NIP, an opportunity to score a round is now in their hands. Just gotta take care of Tin in this round right here. 20 seconds remaining, and right now it's Tin that clutches it! Oh my days! That's just unreal.
They lined up in the perfect time. In.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Getting it done perfect time. I'm completely stunned here, bro. Next round's gonna be opening up. 5-man hit here on the B side. NIP, are you ready for what's about to come? The first kill goes down to Josh. Oliveira finds Freezy away. The trade should come out anytime. AG gets the kill. Now complete knockdown once again here on the B side.
And there we go. It's going to be Team Star Magic playing the bomb on the A side. But look at number 2 and 5. They're going to be playing the flank. And this is great timing right here to take down 2-man. But now it's time for the weakness. It's Tin and AG that they got to deal with, and AG finds the double and Tin clears it up. Another masterclass for TSM.
You know, one thing that I'm completely missing out is the fact that you got AG on your side on Search and Destroy. As we all know, this guy's an S&D specialist. Alongside Tin here, dropping the bomb. 5-0 already. If the play is not broken, don't fix it. Head straight once again here on his B side. NIP, they never learn. But this time, though, can they get the readjustments on the mid stage? They fall back away. No first blood shot has been drawn out just yet. But it's going to be a bit of an aggressive take here. Ubering through the top side nuclear. Tin finds Lee. 6-10 is going to be out as well. Walks in the park. Oliveira feeds on the bullets off Yato. And it's going to be a 5v2. Chaotic now here all alone as Tin finds Black. Chaotic takes away Tin. Josh gets the trade. And it's going to be game point for the side of TSM.
Oh, this is just really going by fast. And it's just really difficult for us to see what kind of plays for NIP is, because they got a multiple times where they were getting the read. Just the execution at the end is just what's faltering for them. Remember, a 1v2 clutch by Tin, the 2v2 situation on that B side that they couldn't close out even if they had the numbers. And now they're on the attack, so at least they get to initiate the attack, but Chaotic falls in the hands of Josh. So that's an early 4v5 situation in favor for TSM.
Oh, big shots here from the back. Lee once again finding a double there with a type 6 tree. Looking to get some more, finds a triple. All alone, but no, AD shuts him down, and it's going to be a clean sweep here on Tanisha. Search and Destroy TSM. Absolute, immaculate dominance.
It's just insane what they're able to provide, man. What, 250 to 25? And now this 7-0. And yeah, I mean, even if you are struggling, at least you're still smiling. That is how you try to be a good sport. You already know that you're the ones at a great disadvantage on this map.
10 on 12, 8 for Josh, 5 with Yato, 80 with 6. You know what? Scrap the score line, bro. It was a 7-0. That's the story of that game. And only really Lee was able to get the contestation there, but you gotta note that first 3 kills, well, the 3 out of the 5 kills came from that last round. Everyone,
Bronx, you need to play a little bit more hardpoint time. Gotta be in there more. Yeah, man. And now we take a look at the highlights here, Warden, and it's just again TSM playing with the pace. They're so fast that NIP couldn't really catch up, which is what they do again when they face Ninja Warden. Like, it's a 5-1 start. This time it's a 6-0 start. It's just really snowballing.
Yeah, really snowballing. I mean, that was probably the... Was it the first time that we got to see a 7-0 on Search and Destroy?
Yeah, that's the first time.
Yeah. Huh. Well, made it happen. That is TSM for you. Now moving over, 10 is gonna be the MVP here, 12 kills to his name. And you move over towards Control Cali. It's a new map. It's gonna be rated instead of Crossfire. They took a terrible loss up against their first matchup earlier on Control Crossfire. This time on Raid, can we see something different? I mean, they're pretty much on pace because dominance there on hardpoint. We got to see the first 50-point club. We got to see the first 7-0. Cali, Raid Control. I feel pretty good here for TSM.
Oh man, it's definitely one of their signature. You know, they played Control Raid for so many years, and just by experience alone, you can already tell that this team has got what it takes to close it out. And again, for the Taiwan region, they did not really have any great promises when it comes to playing Control. Maybe for the S&D, yes, with 3 Evil Dragons from yesterday and from the past few years that we've seen them play, but respawns-wise, top tier, top of region in terms of playing a game mode like Control. So let's see though if they're gonna prove us wrong, because definitely the last 2 games that we've seen, according by the stat books, it is gonna be TSM that will look to try to dominate this match.
Let's get it. Let's get it. First round here is going to be opening up here on Raid Control. TSM going to be starting things off here on the defensive side. Look at the big hit though from the side of NIP. They want to go for ASAC control, but TSM decided to go for a 1-3-1 split, and they're going to be quickly reinforcing this A control point. Though they don't really win most of the gunfights, not until now, and it's going to be a total breakdown once again. Last 2 players are on this way for the side of NIP, and it's going to be a cleanup here by TSM.
At TSM, first 5-kill metric, now pushing through the enemy spawns, and Yato, oh, barbecue chicken, no, easy 3-piece for him. But they do get the clear out here is NIP, and now the B side is going to be wide open for them to contest.
Their contestation coming in. They divert their attention here on B control point. Yato is going to be all alone, missing the shots, gets the follow-up. Nope, Oliveira still wins it. But that should be the first tick of progress here, said and done for the side of NIP, but they don't really got a lot of lives here to play out this round. Gonna play this one narrowly so perfectly, but look at the players from the side of TSM extended up. Map control not gonna be a problem, and they get the recovery as well. They're on the B control point. 20 lives remaining here instead of this game. TSM having a walk in the park once more here on this round.
Yep. It's just what they had, what they did on the Combine map, man. I mean, it's the gunfight that's really the difference here. And everybody just feasting on the kills here in the TSM side. I mean, AG with 5 eliminations, but it's pretty much spread throughout these players. But again, it's just the overall dominance per player, the individual kills that they're able to output here, that it's just allowed them to just speed run NIP in this matchup right now.
Yeah, and you are seeing a lot of the factors here just getting collect pretty well for the side of TSM. Get that mid-map control, get the gunfights and the trades wing by. You get to see the start of this offensive take here from the side of TSM. They get the frags, they get the kills, and they get the clearance as well to get the capture here on this B control point.
There we go. 10 with the Predator missile. They got the information. Now It's just all about getting the capture and the push through the war machine, so they're taking up space. Now they got number 4 in Josh to hold down the raid laundry side, so this player should be able to get themselves an opportunity to put themselves near the kitchen side, but again, Freezy's just trying to deny this basketball court, so he wants to try to break some ankles. B side already captured here. A side is their next attempt. Maybe we could get a capture here on TSM's side with all of the damages that they've done and putting NIP back to the reset. It's just really rough plays coming through for NIP right now. The difference, you can clearly see it just from the gunfights itself.
Oh yeah, definitely 26-7. It's pretty much over here on this round. The Tempest flights in. That machine holding on to the tree side. They got the players of NIP spawning here on the laundry side, and they meet Josh at the other end with a Type 63 on the Death Machine. And it's not even going to come down to the slate. It's just going to be the objective played well here by the side of TSM.
Oh my days. Just straight up dominance. Now they go back to the defensive side, and I mean, for NIP, yes, there's definitely an extreme lack of coordination on their side, and you really just can't blame it. I mean, Team Star Magic is just that kind of team that has had a lot of world stage presence and a lot of tournaments that they played around the league in the MSP server. So this definitely is going to be a rough showcase for them, but what they can do though is just try to go out in a bang. They can still win this one through. Look at this, Chaotic able to extend the map here for the side of NIP. Now they just need to get some capture, and this is where you can talk about the communication lacking here, Warden, because you got a player to push up on the laundry side, but your players, the others, are just trying to play through the bottom. So that's just really one of the factors here.
He's just going to be anchoring here on the bar side. Finds one in, finds Oliveira. And if you're trying to divert their attention here on his A control point, but little did they know it. Or from the back. Pin gets dealt with though. Player 2 Yato still going to be pushing back the sponsor on the bedroom side, leaving NIP to think that they got no option here that rather than just to play here on his A control point. And they're just scrambling across here, Cali. There's pretty much over 17 seconds left, 16 seconds left on the clock. The war machine gets brought out here by both ends. That is going to be Black alongside Freezy. AG is going to rip out the Tempest to go for the spawn trap, and yep, it's a close out. Cali should be over.
Should be over now. AG again able to pop here, and what a statement for Team Star Magic, and what a welcome here for NIP. Welcome to the stage 4, baby, where all the best teams in Garena match each other up just to find out who's the best team to be sent out to the world stage.
Accumulated rounds 7-0 on Search and Destroy, 3-0 in Control. Clean and run there, definitely made up for what they lost out on the first series, losing the Control game. Fortunately, they come out with a clean slate. The rest is history here for the side of NAP is priority. Valiant efforts regardless, but definitely a lot of things to learn here, Cali.
There we go. NAP is priority, gonna take that L. And looking at our stat line here, Black with a 318 score line on the kills in the deaths department. Definitely, they had it rough. They really had it rough on the kills.
Really did. No matter what projections you want to do, you can't really win your gunfight. It doesn't really matter at the end. But hey, this is the first day here for the group stage. Maybe we can unfold a little bit more things or two as we progress on here for this tournament. After all, each group gets to have 3 days to prove themselves into the mix here for this competition of the Garena 2025 qualifiers.
Yeah, and NIP's, this is just the start. You got a lot more stronger teams that you'll have to face here on this Group B, so you gotta be prepared for it, right? You're going to meet Elevate at some point. You're going to play Ace Gamers, and you're going to play the Ninjas later on today. So your day is definitely not yet over. You got a chance to prove yourself back in and get the map win for Taiwan region itself.
It was just a lot of mishaps there for a set of NIP coming in from the operator investments to the gunfight itself. Now you move over to the MVP once again. It is going to be DSM AG dropping 21 kills, 2,870 points. And my days, bro. I mean, It is Agent's debut to play for a squad like TSM, and he has been able to take the spot like pretty much consecutively here, bro.
Yeah, and TSM definitely really finding a lot of value from AG, and that really begs the question of how much this team can really do up against a team on the same level or even higher than them, right? I mean, how well can you do up against Elevate, who's going to be in your group stage standing, and what kind of plays are you going to be able to output more as these days progress? Because definitely this is going to be 6 days on the group stage. You got a lot more plays, and just need to be prepared for every moment. You need to secure a top 3 placement for your team to advance to the playoffs.
Then we call off TSM here for tonight. That is going to be their last and final series here. Later on, NIP still has to match up here up against the Ninjas, and we got to see Ninjas earlier play up against TSM, and we all know Ninja was actually pretty promising around the controlled game mode. Up next though is going to be a matchup that I've been waiting to see as well. Callie, it is going to be THNTS and ELVPK. Before we transition to the break, let me hear your thoughts, bro.
I mean, I want ELVPK to really be getting some trouble, man. I mean, THNTS definitely got what it takes to put in the damage, especially in a hardpoint. Remember, they took a Slumps hardpoint away from Elevate on the Garena Masters 9, so I want to see them be able to put that presence into this one.
Hey, I'm dying to see this one as well. I mean, they got a brand new lineup. I think they got 2 latest editions, so I'm dying to see what more they can offer inside of this competition. It's not the first time that we're seeing THNTS actually play in stage 4. This is their second time upper, and let's see what more they can do here up against a squad like ELVPK. Definitely the talents inside of the team has still a lot of things to show, and I'm personally dying to see that one play out. And that will be our second to the last series. After that, we're gonna have Ninjas up against NIP, and that is something that we were talking about as well, Callie. I'm pretty stoked up to see how those 2 bouts could come around with one another.
I mean, looking at THNTS, right, they lost Mamara Warden, so how are they going to substitute a guy that really played a lot of, you know, majority of the factor and to winning the hard point for them, right? Do they got the right pieces to take away a map up against Elevate this time? You'll find that one out after we go on a break. We'll be seeing Elevate as well as THNTS go on a best of 3 series. We'll be right back after this one.
Bomb spotted. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
てくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時もサイドバイサイド止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
approaching our second half here for the day number 1 of Group B of the 2025 Garena Qualifiers. Once again, joining on the desk, man, is Warden, alongside with me and Callie, and will be the casters here for today. Bro, we are seeing a rivalry playout for the next series. It is going to be THNTS up against ELVPK, bro. And you know a lot of these, we all know a lot of these, history between these two bouts. And I want you to talk to me more about it, bro.
I mean, right now, THNTS is regarded as the young Elevate, right? Or the Elevate Junior, because of how they are able to play the brand of Hardpoint, very similar to how Elevate plays back in the days when they had Jai on the team. Well, right now, Warden, it looks like they got a different roster, so it's just really going to be finding their groove back in this moment. It's really going to be difficult for them to go up against Elevate right now without Jai, without Mamra. So it's really up to them to really how to try to find their way in this game. And most likely it's gonna have to be a search and destroy again up against Elevate on a best of 3. You need the S&D and the control. That's how you're going to take the W here.
Definitely, bro. And I can't wait to see as well the new roster here for the set of THNTS. They did have, I think, 1 to 2 pickups. So let's see what's going to be the roster look like. Is it going to be, the final, the missing puzzle piece? Because there has been a lot of things like that, for the side of TSM. I feel like AG has been that missing piece for that squad. You look at Star Wars Esports, it has been Jai as well. This could be, a bit of a change or a toss-up. We did see Scary have their own new roster as well. Same goes for the set of Prestige. And there has been a lot of, roster maintenance changes all across from the midst of the last Garena Masters towards the approach here for Stage 4.
Yeah, and this roster changes can really be the make or break moment for some of the teams here. And now we take a look at THNTS here, and we take a look at their roster. They got Risky, Rex, Aurora, Sanji, Kenobi, and Gurk. So it really is difficult for them to have their guys absolutely transfer to other teams, but they're still here, man. They still got what it takes, and it's just all about converting from here on out. And it will be hard up against Elevate. It's gonna be hard is an understatement. It's gonna be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Kenobi and Sanji here. I think this is not gonna be the first time that we're gonna be seeing Sanji actually sub in for THNTS on Stage 4. If I'm not mistaken, the last year round they did have Moy, aka Amiel, from Easier Esports subbing into the side of THNTS, because I think, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, THNTS, they had 2 underage players. They had to bring in those sets of players, but this time around they are going to be going against Elevate here at their debut for Stage 4. We don't need any introductions. We all know who they are. Olea, PJ, Susana, Yopi, Kalo, Kendi, name them. Everybody, the whole world has their eyes on him, and there's definitely a bounty, especially for THNTS here, to try to prove themselves worthy up against ELVPK.
Yeah, ELVPK, they look pretty strong earlier. PJ, MVP on that map 1 and number 2. Then you got Yopi. Hold on, what is happening?
You good, PJ?
It's like they're not. Yeah, it seems like they're not ready yet. But for sure, it's all about the briefings here. This team, they had their fair share of moments in the world stage, and here they are finally, just trying to set things up, Warden. You
so
don't gotta be
sweet.
too harsh on them, bro.
So sweet. You saw Yopi, giving PJ the back hug there. Oh, they're already. Oh, PJ was just covering the 2 players of Elevate. I thought PJ was alone, bro. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! You see
It's
it
a combined Elevate map pick?
for the first time in forever.
Oh my days.
Huh.
This is the... Okay. So, for those who don't know, and we're just tuning in right now, Elevate's most banned map in Garena Masters 9 is Coastal. I mean, not Coastal. Yeah, Coastal was part of it on the S&D, but on the hardpoint, it was the combine map. So, it really is going to be a first time for them to even pick it. So maybe they got something going on around this map that will allow us to see them really unlock it. Because if anything, really, Warden, this map plays similarly to Summit. Right, it's close range, a lot of fast-paced gameplay, but you need more AR presence to secure the spawns around the very back on P2 and P3. But on that P4, it's like P1, man. It's all about being scrappy and trying to contest that all the way through. And Elevate, I think, has got what it takes to utilize this map and make it a weapon. Maybe in this Stage 4.
You know, as a individual that does coaching myself, I've been dying to see how will Elevate play this map of Combine. I'm ready to witness this. So does the Nados, obviously. Now, the starting question here, bro. What's gonna be the starting five here for set of the Nados? They got Kenobi, they got Sanji on board. I feel like if they want to play off the pacing, you know what? I'm not gonna debunk this too much because there's definitely gonna be a lot of things that could be different from what our initial projection here, bro. But just like any other series, Cali, we all know Elevate, they were able to dominate against Ace Gamers already earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not too certain if it's going to correlate to the same way here up against Senados. It's just for us to find out, something for us to find out soon enough.
Yeah, and again, after that combine hardpoint, we'll be playing a Tunisia Search and Destroy, then a Takeoff Control for our map number 3. So really interesting how would Thanatos would look like on the Takeoff Control, because Ace Gamers really put up quite a great fight on that matchup up against Elevate on this map. It just became, you know, an overtime matchup. So let's see how this one is gonna go. Looking forward to this map number 1 because I've seen Elevate play this combine hardpoint, but it's different from scrims and on the tournament. So maybe it might just be the same version, right? It could be like, I mean, I am just saying theoretical stuff here. I just feel like for Elevate, right, if they can play this map like it's a Summit hardpoint, then they got really a best chance at making this a signature map as well.
Yeah, quite honestly, I was kind of expecting, you know, when we got, you know, the announcement that it's not going to be Arsenal hardpoint and it does get replaced with Combine hardpoint, it really went into a calling for me that I knew that this would be one of the maps that Elevate Puck would love to have in the map pool. As we all know, their SMGs is really one of the more powerful factors in why this team tends to excel. We take a look at the players once again. LV Puck in their boot camp, gonna be playing more remotely here for set of the Nados, and looking like the players are just waiting for get ready as well. You get to see, I think Yopi is dropping a lot of comments here on the comment section.
Yeah, it's just looking at the map picks as well. So I mean, you gotta be able to review the game, right? There's no streams typing happening here, guys. There's a 2-minute delay on the player input and what you're seeing right now on the live stream. So yeah, Thanatos, Elevate, that's really just fair play for them. Now, yeah, it does look like Thanatos Gurk will be playing today here with Kenobi and Sanji, if I'm not mistaken. We're just waiting for whatever the confirmation is on who will be playing on the 4th and the 5th ban. But for sure, Aurora's gonna have to be in there, one of the better equalizer user in this tournament and all throughout the Garena Master season that she has competed in. So yeah, Elevate gotta be ready for this. Thanatos may be a new roster, but they still got the same philosophy. They got a couple of players there that still was part of that A&M Thanatos back in the days.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that you guys are just waiting for the games to start once again. And I feel like the players of Thanatos, I think they are players that's missing out and still not going to be hopping inside of this lobby. But yeah, before we start, obviously we want to make sure everyone's going to be conditioned here, as every point matters. You guys are watching the 2025 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship qualifiers in the Garena region. Group stage, day number 2 overall for the tournament, but day number 1 here for Group B.
Day 1 for Group B. It's a little bit of impressive plays for Stalwart on the Group B from the Group A situation. Here for Elevate, they definitely are very aggressive off the start of their debut, right? On this stage 4, that map number 1 and map number 2 really looking very steady up against Ace Gamers, but that map number 3 on the Takeoff Control was where things just kind of faltered a little bit for them. But you know, they'll be spinning the block on the Takeoff map later on the day up against Thanatos. So let's see if they'll be able to get the adjustments that they would want to have for a cleaner Takeoff win, or you know, will it be the same exact thing where they're just gonna be suffering all throughout that Takeoff, where they did the same up against Ace Gamers on round 3 and 4.
Yep, definitely. And you know, If you, oh, I think we are transitioning now towards the game. Yep. Okay, here we go. Combine Hardpoint Cali. We've been asking for it specifically for ELVPK to play this map. Let's get it on. Up against the Nados, a brand new squad here. Could it be the answer to actually be on par? Probably put down the kings of the world here. Pushing through. Cali, before we actually towards this game, let me hear your thoughts, bro.
I mean, it's just like, it feels like Elevate wants to attack your weakness right now because they need to be able to ban maps up against STE at this point, who's slowly starting to progress as a great hardpoint team. So if maybe you can try to pull through a strong combine map, then you should have a lot of opportunity to ban out the best map of STE instead of just banning your weakness. So they're definitely trying to attack the weakness of Elevate right now, which is combine, where they got at least rep on this map out of all the hardpoint maps that we got in the pool this year.
We get to see the lineup here for a set of the Nados. It is going to be alongside Sanji, Gurk, Rex, and Risky. It is going to be Aurora subbed out for the roster. Let's see. It's all going to be boys here playing for a set of the Nados. Elevate. Start things off here on the better side of the map. The Nados here lanes out here towards mid-map. 2 players are on the mid-map, 2 players on the sewer side, and 1 player on secret, and they quickly get washed away by the players of ELVPK.
Oh man, it's all about the positioning here on this P1. You want to take the water side and the secret just to be able to make the contest happen here on this middle of the map. Now PJ is going to be bringing in the VMP, and there it goes. That's the first. Make it the kill from his teammate. Back gunfight, but yeah, Elevate looking pretty strong on it at the moment as they scored 22 points off the first 30 seconds.
You're seeing though that the Nados was able to actually flip the spawns in the process of that push, and they're going to have the better look at it on P2, but you are losing and getting drained out of the time here on this P1, and you never really expect a lot of breakthrough coming in inside of the very hill, but ELVPK able to make it work. 35 points already to their name.
Yeah, and it's just the P2 now that you're gonna have to worry about as you're late on rotation. But if anything, really, you scored so much hill time, that means your operators are going to be a lot faster as you move into this P2. It doesn't even take a score streak or even an operator to take the win, as Halo got the gunfight and the timing to shut down those 2 players, and there it is. Elevate with the commanding lead at the moment. They flip the spawns. Now they got a Predator with Halo. He decides to bring it out, and he gets the information that all guys are on mid. Hit the mid quickly. Halo, even after the flip, still gets the turn on to Gurk. Oh my days. Halo on a burner.
Oh, the Gravity Vortex here actually for the set of Halo. It's been a while since we've seen a Gravity Vortex here for him. Pops the EMP as well to close out the deal. A bit of a contention here for the set of the Nados, able to claim 1 point in this duration on this P2. Looking to go for another wave of contention here. Risky finds a double there on towards the orange side. 10 seconds remaining here inside of the hill. ELVPK still going to be in control.
Oh
and
my
they scraped
God,
off the
Halo.
last 10 seconds of this P2 Cali.
Yeah, he is building for another EMP here. He's got the Predator missile, only 1 kill away. PJ routing with the HS-50. Doesn't matter. It's all about the skills, and he's got what it takes to take those players down along with him. He is gonna fall. THNTS with the early rotate. So this is the kind of the tricky part, right? Back-to-back kills on Combine, where you gotta have the deep spawn actually locked in, and for THNTS, they've done that exactly right. And this operator from Gurk is gonna truly shut down the first and the second wave. And Elevate going down 1 by 1 here, despite the Elevate threat where they just barge in is being inflicted.
ELVPK Kendi here, extra efforts on the top side with a War Machine. Only was able to reap off 2 players away though, and Risky is gonna be able to solidify the hill with that machine. Watches it out, and it only takes 1 good hill for you to bounce back here inside of this game. Drops the deficit you have. As Nados are gonna be able to claim at least what, 50 points here on this P3. Not bad of a recovery here at all for a set of the Nados here, Cali.
Yeah, and it's all about the reset now. Again, you were able to bank yourself a good P3, but on P4, this is where things are going to be quite messy for THNTS. There's going to be a couple of operators that will be available for Elevate, and one of which is going to be the Sparrow there for Yopi in a bit. Now, PJ definitely trying things out here with 12, but nothing really will beat Kalo with the elimination department, right? He's got 19, just locking things down on the right side, on this water side, but they all fall down. Thanatos, Rex able to get this push right to the mid map, and now they're the ones doing time. So this is definitely a very scruffy fight that we're seeing for Thanatos. Way better than from what we saw from them on the P1 and P2.
Latest additions, Kenobi and Sanji is failing to really put up the impact. Kenobi a bit of a breakthrough though, coming from the last 2 hard points. But Sanji is not really providing the numbers here with a Type 6 inside of this map and Combine. Not a bad gun, definitely just not really on pace with the rest of the squad here so far. Now, last 5 seconds before we hit the rotation back to P1. And it is going to be what? Right around only a 40-point lead. Still very manageable here for the set of Thanatos.
Yeah, and it's just one good hill that you're going to have to play, and you'll be right back in this game. Right now, it's all about that P1. Yellow decides to bring the all-gravity vortex right away, so they're probably trying to push that one to a B3 later on. So he does find a lot of kills with it, and that stabilizes Elevate around the mid-map, and also gives them the opportunity to filter where Thanatos will be spawning from, and that's where the value of this death machine is. You got the comms right, and Susano's just looking up the right angles after his teammate manages to get the clear off.
There's definitely a lot of wear and tear here for the set of Thanatos, just not really able to recover from what they lost out on the first set of rotation here on his P1. It's just the players of ELVPK laning out Secret alongside the push out there on P2. And ELVPK here nearly and surely playing this P1 here absolutely perfectly. I don't think we got to see any contention here from Thanatos here on his P1 here, Callie.
Yeah, not yet. And in the P2, they may have had the early rotation. Just what they did earlier, this time they gotta be better. They got Gurk with the EMP system actually locked. So they're really not that bad in terms of with the gunfight department. It's just that how are they going to be able to sustain themselves around the hill on this P2? Because earlier, again, they had the early rotation, but then they faltered with Kalo dropping 16 kills on this round itself. Well, maybe 16 kills is a rough stretch, but he had 2 EMP systems to lock into speed. 2 Sanji for Thanatos getting all the skills, and they've locked it down, defending the first 30 seconds. But here comes Elevate at the back 30.
Oh, they need us badly. ELVPK now here swarming inside of the hill. Yopi is going to be out here with a Sparrow, still alive and kicking inside of the hill. Kendi gets taken down. Yopi as well. Susano tries to double it down with a 10-63. And Kale, the cavalry arrives. And they push back the players once again into the same spawn as PJ walks in with a Tempest. It's just Thanatos here can't get away off the spawn despite the fact that it is the better side. And finally, ELVPK, they go for the early rotation here on P3. This might just be a better answer once again. You look at the map, the Thanatos, they're far away from the rotation. And it might just be Elevate here on pace to getting another money hill here back to back.
Yeah, 188 to 84, P3 hardpoint. Now, you got EOP with the... You got Kalo with the Gravity Vortex, now able to maybe utilize the Gravity Vortex, but gotta watch out for that equalizer. But the battle being won there by Kalo, and he's just gonna fry it out inside of the point. 100 seconds to his name inside the hill, and Thanatos has got the better spawn here, but really taking their time and trying to push this just because the pressure inside for Kalo is just too good.
Yeah, lovely usage off that equalizer, and the Peretti will fly in. Information's relayed. They all know they're going to be hitting it down here from Narnia. And all of the eyes of Elevate is watching the deep side. Susano with that machine, War Machine coming through as well from Kendi. They're watching away the players of the Thanatos. And now as they come across and close out this hill, they might just need only 10 more points to close out the deal here as they hit P4.
Yeah, P4 is where it's all going to get decided. And Thanatos, you just gotta have to reach 100 points here off the start. You can't go down with 100-point club membership, free membership access here. Coming through Kylo with the shutdown. Susano clears up the point, and now only 5 more points for Elevate to win this. PJ brings out the Tempest, shut down Dirk and Sanji, as well as Kenobi to end the game, and iced it 250 to 84. Another 100-point club member belonging this time to Thanatos.
Yeah, just played it out perfectly. Unfortunate for the coaches out there that's watching ELVPK play Combine for the first time, though. No voting for you, no maps available. But hey, Thanatos, absolutely stunned. Don't really do much there. I mean, they were able to make up and compensate for the initial loss out there on the first set when they were able to get the early rotation there on P3. once they were able to get the hardpoint solidified for themselves, which actually was only pretty evident on a P3 because P2 second rotation, they had the spawns, but the operators just came, flooding in inside of the hill, and they couldn't really do much. You get to see the kill discrepancy now here, Callie. 36 for the set of Rex was able to be on pace. 24 though for the set of Gurk. 22 for Risky. Kenobi struggling alongside Sanji with 13. While you look at the players of Elevate, all on the positive end.
Kalo, I mean, man's got 42 eliminations in 2 minutes and 1 second inside of that hard point. Talk about the super soaker for Elevate. If Reef is for SDE, it's Kalo and his ability to strike in this kind of moments. Again, Combine technically not a map that they're really strong at the moment, but they're definitely capable of trying to master this and make it a weapon.
Oh yeah, truly. And you know, Halo has mastered a piece to really maximize his potential inside of the hill. Equalizer investments so spot on, and the rest just was so good. You got PJ, Yopi laning things out. And I love to touch up here for a set of Elevate Puck on the Gravity Vortex. I mean, this map is pretty close to CQB reliant. So the Vortex there, if it's properly placed on P2 or P3, it could definitely really bag you an open lane to get your bodies inside of the hill.
There we go. Man, I feel like here for the MVP, you gotta be Kalo, man. This man's a demon. And there we go. 42 kills for him, man. 2 minutes and 1 second. 199 impact rating, Warden.
Yeah. He's gonna be able to bag his first MVP here for this. His run here for the group stages. And when you are bagging in the eliminations inside of the hill, definitely you are bound to get the most impact rating here, Callie.
Yeah, and the objective here, again, if you're talking about the best players in the hard point, right? In Garena, it is not PJ, it is OP. It's actually the OB that are the best players. It's like they are the sun, and the others are. So if the OBJ, the main OBJ, collapse. So yeah, definitely it's gonna be a great observation that we gotta see here for how Garena plays their hard point. There's always that one main OBJ that soaks up 1 minute and 40 seconds at the very minimum when it comes to playing the hard point. Only the best are able to do that, because in order for you to protect your sun, gotta be able to revolve around the parameter and destroy teams and make it easier for Kalo to absolutely play around the point. But himself even scored 42 kills up against the boys of THNTS. So yeah, really impressive stuff there for him. This time now, Warden, we're heading into a Tunisia, and surprisingly, this is going to be a pick by THNTS. Maybe we got something that we don't. Maybe they got something that we don't know. And let's see if they can really take a map away from Elevate.
Yeah, let's see about it. I mean, talk about search and destroy. You want to talk about the snipers here with the pickup of Sanji. I do sure hope that he gets the impact here, because he is a sniper here for the set of Thanatos alongside Rex, if I'm not going to be mistaken. Gonna be on par here up against Kendi and Susano. Let's see about this bout. Catchphrase here to Tunisia. First half here, it's gonna be Elevate play on defense. Offense, they go here for set of Thanatos. See what's gonna be the format here. Looking like it's gonna be a 2-tree split, while Thanatos is gonna go for a push, probably on his A side.
We saw Elevate earlier. Yopi, PJ standing out towards the A main. This time, look to try to play it passive. And you can see the response here for THNTS after seeing that ace streamers per game. Right, the overextension for Elevate, definitely something might ruin your odds of just winning this first blood. So they just decided to play for the pick. Sanji does find the kill on the Kendi.
That's beautiful here. If you guys don't know who Sanji is, by the way, y'all remember Elevate Luffy or Loking's Luffy. It's you know, his best friend. That's why Luffy and Sanji. You get the reference. Anyways, moving in towards this game. First blood, reaped away. If you are Thanatos, go for a split play here on his A side, starting off with Risky finding the first blood, second blood as well. Yopi and PJ out, Kalo overwhelmed, Kenobi able to get the kill. Now Susano all alone here in the 1v5. They know exactly where he is. You don't want to peek one by one though, but you have 5 members on your side, so they're gonna go for the collapse. Player 4 Rex here off the rip from the flank. Flashes it out. Information. Strategy starts things off with the first and the last skill. First round goes for Sonatos.
A crazy route there by risking the timing to take down PJ and Yopi on the combo that you got there on the A side. Really, really fast.
The bomb. Bomb acquired.
See what's gonna be readjustments here for Elevate. Much more over. Sonatos gonna be playing off the pacing here on his mid map. Kendi
my
finds
God.
the first blood. Risky. So Wade and flushes it out, and the cut from the side of Halo off the tunnel side will be able to stop the bleeding. Same goes for Yopi, finds a double, VMP, and the nade connects. Sanji's now gonna be all alone, and it might just be a quick respondment here from the side of Elevate.
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely not how you try to play Elevate, right? I mean, you saw success when it comes to trying to play slow and play for picks. You got the first blood and you tried to convert it up against Risky's play heroic on that A side, but round 2,
We got the bomb.
maybe a little bit of underestimating what Elevate could do when they are playing fast, especially on the defense. That's what they're really known to do. And now look at that. They're trying to take that hit again. The bait and switch over the A main, but unfortunately Yopi will get cut off. Nice adjustments for Dirk here. As again, they deal the first blood. Gotta convert this. We got the numbers game in this round 3.
Bite the push. The nade's gonna be flying there on towards B main. That should be information relayed here for the side of Donatos. I mean, never gonna be the time that the bomb side is gonna be out in the open. Can he get a wall bang though? No, Susano. This is so narrowly. 4-man stack here on towards main. Susano, are you ready for this? Gonna be a 5-man push now. Quick on. Auto rotation. Susano throwing some 3 shots. 4 shot. The 4 shot connects. Could back away anytime. It still anticipates Gurk. Finds 2 now, buying enough time for the rest of the teammates. Of his teammates to rotate here on his B side. And they just played this one too slow. You had 5 players on your side. And you had hesitation
Oh
to
my
spit them
God.
down. So unfortunate for a set of the Natos. Really great reads, but they lacked the confidence to go for the strike. And Elevate just put them down quickly.
Times like that is where, you know, you gotta go in for the throat if you're Thanatos. You gotta have the kill mentality. It's still... Every round counts. Every map will count for you to be able to make it to the playoffs. Gurk with the
Push.
goal. And Kenny PG is down now. You gotta have to plant that bomb. Not allow Elevate to stop that push. You need a couple of utils here to check the ramp. And here comes the pressure coming out of number 4 into Sano and Quillo right through the 8 connectors. Sano's really trying to nail those shots on those pixel peaks, but just could not really get the kill there. Slowing things down. Here is Elevate. Slowly creeping up is Yopi though. Now here comes the push. He's gonna be stopped by Kenobi. And then there we go. All right, a little bit of a hiccup there for Elevate, but Thanatos really converted that one right. Gurk with the 2 kills with the nade. The A side was wide open, planted it right away, and that's how they got the job done, man.
Textbook standard, search and destroy. You get the first 2 kills. On towards one side, you go for the commitment. Don't buy time for the rest of the opposition to get the rotation. Another intent to go for this mid-map control here for a set of the Natos. The mid-map control. You don't want to peek one by one though. Gurk checking things out. Want to go for the cow. Halo missing the shot as well. No bullets connected from each end. Now looking like they want to wrap around here, and the timing fits to the favor, but Gurk anticipates Kalo. Susano gets the cut down there. Don't peek one by one. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on now.
Oh my.
Susano looks to go on a spree. Finally, Rex put a stop into it though. The numbers advantage still on here for a set of Elevate Puck.
Wooly baiting in Thanatos to just be stuck here. They're trying to make a way for PG to make the push there, but Yopi makes his way through the staircase, and just like that, they'll be able to sabotage the Thanatos push on the B side. And what's really interesting there, Warden, was that Susano already found the first kill. They probably had that in the comms. Hey, there's a guy holding down top yellow, and they still decided to pick. Instead of just dropping away from the gunfight, they chose to stay still and try to contest it, and you already know Susano's gonna cash in the money there. And just like that, Elevate had the first 2 kills in that round.
Bro, Susano plays on that spot every single freaking round. Should have checked out already, but didn't happen. Now 2-2-1 split here. High-low position for the side of PJ and Yopi on the connector side. readjustments there as they were able to witness a pretty heavy mid-presence control there for set of THNTS on the previous round. But look at THNTS, they are anticipating another A-main push. The nade's going to be flying there. That is going to be connecting towards the connector, but that it's going to be inner zig, so no information right there. And at this point in time, it's just all going to come down to THNTS to lead the pacing off this round. It's Elevate. They're playing this one pretty passively.
I mean, it's so unlikely for Elevate, but they can really knock down shots like this. It's a high-low post play around the mid connectors. That's going to give them some option to just rotate quickly on the A side whenever there's a hit. Kenny's got the pixel peak angle onto Sanji now. White swinging it, but no timing on it. Smokes down. Concussion is just gonna be stopped by that trophy system around the mid, and Kendi repositions to find 2 eliminations, and PJ gets the cleanup. One more player to do on the shadows, and he does him dirty. Now he switched to 4 and mops it. Elevate takes it home.
Disgusting spray transfers, drops down to the ground. Immaculate movements, just so precise. Only has 4 kills here, and the 3 kills was accumulated on the very round. Now we switch sides. This time around, Elevate paves the way here on the offensive strike. It's gonna be PJ all alone here on his mid map. Finds the isolation network risky. Sanji finds the first blood there on towards A main, takes away Susano. A bit of a split push here, and they feed off Sanji. Peeking one by one. Sanji has been connecting with a shot, 6 kills to his name with a sniper here, Cali.
Yeah, and that's what you gotta have to do, right? If you're facing against Elevate, the only thing that you can do to help your team is just try to get those sniper picks, because you can't just win with your. You already know PJ and Yopi will be a nightmare matchup. So if you can have Sanji maybe peel off one of those 2 SMG guys and maybe one of their snipers, that's gonna make it easier for you to leverage the star power around the map.
You're just playing off this lurk position here. Might just be able to slip by under the nose of Rex. Oh, he should be able to do so. Oh, he's gonna take the right lane as well. Does he check? No, he doesn't. Oh, and Rex sees him. Oh, gets it. Oh, gets it. And now it's gonna be a 5v2. It could have been a play there, but PJ doesn't check out. And now he's gonna relay that information. Rex is gonna be there. Halo and Kendi doesn't really have any options anymore rather than to go for the commitment as Rex finds another. He knows the last person is gonna be there. Halo in a 1v5 situation, 27 seconds left on the clock. Rex holding down his angle, goes for the shot. Beautiful shot down by Rat single-handedly.
There we go. That's the play. Rutana thought to just keep this one very scrappy. Now, your snipers are really going in it up against this squad, right? Now it's just all about being decisive on your defense and just thrusting it right now. Rex will be your sniper on that B side, but it's going to be a mid-side pusher coming out of Elevate. And Yopi's going to deal the first blood. They're really playing it very quickly. Yopi going to take down nobody as Sanji finds the push to work, but Kalo again not beating around the bush, pushing out, taking down Sanji for the triple. There is Susano. And just like that, Susano with the 4-piece.
What's with the THNTS just speaking Susano one by one? They laned out the mid-map. They could have just went back, reposition, hit it from the other side. No smokes whatsoever, no repercussions. Taking the ego child just doesn't work out. That round was supposed to for their side, but it doesn't matter anymore. Move on to the next. 1-2-1-2 split here from the side of THNTS. Elevate. Heavy mid-map control. Finds Risky away. Fall back away. Don't give him the trade. PJ's gonna go for a reach out, and he doesn't back away fully. Forcing the grass will be all equal once again. 1-for-1 trade here. We start things off on this round.
And 5-3. On the score round, you cannot allow Elevate to score that game point. Susano's just really been popping off, right? He had a 2-piece, he had a 4-piece. Now he's in charge of trying to make the play here, but Sanji sliding back and jumping. Susano's gonna take that headshot. And Sanji's gonna try to look for more, but Kalo able to equalize the number here.
Your THNTS try to reroute. Elvis expecting a hit it from the front side. Off his head, he should be able to take this wall away. Sniper in hand. Never really get to see him on a sniper. And Rex finds Kilo as well. Caught in the pinch. PJ. Oh, so close. The turnaround. Snap back. But it doesn't happen. Sanji able to save the round here for the squad, leading the team as well with the most eliminations, keeping it all tied close. 5-4. One more round here for them to get the equalizer.
5-4 on our scoreline here, and Sanji really the difference maker here right now. Again, they being able to square off against Skendi and Susano. Has so much promise ahead of him now. He spots one guy, but his teammates there to clean it up. PJ throwing hands on a gunfight. Oh, ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Kenobi's down for the count, but Rex, can he clutch it? Oh, the slide Q. The stun works. He gets the info of the PJ pushing through.
No way.
Oh, PJ still wins it even despite being stunned.
No way. What is this search and destroy madness?
Destroy the objective.
Now it's going to be game point here for the set of ELVPK. They'll look to go for another mid to A split. Only play for picks. Heavy default play once again. 2-1-2 here for the set of THNTS. Oh,
Here we go. Candy definitely trying to even up the odds here, but THNTS, you know, the problem is the bomb is going to be not picked up here, so I don't think they got some information. Rex does find the kill on the crawling guy named PJ. So Susano and the crew again left to maybe try to make a play on the B side. They know that there's a lot more contact on that mid map, so maybe they can try to work something through Yopi and Kendi. They're gonna have to play risky there at the double doors.
the game still looks to seem to be alive here for set of THNTS. Risky just has to play this one perfectly, but Susano on the feed finds Rex. Exxon sprays by, finds Yopi as well. Kendi's gonna try to reinforce. Might just go for the wide swing here, but he's risky, but still wins the fight. Now, do you know exactly where one player's at? But for Susano, gonna be playing the cut mid. The mid cut. The bomb's gonna be dropped here. On versus B side. It is a 3v2. THNTS can't afford to put up in this mistake. Play for the trades, play your numbers. Susano still lurking though. Yopi here. Finds one. No, never mind. Kenobi beats into it. The Susano here playing off the mid map. Gonna be all alone, has been able to make and crush the dreams of the THNTS, but Risky goes for the chow at the perfect time. And the THNTS, Cali, they stay alive.
There we go. That's it. THNTS, one more for the overtime. Elevate. Really slayable on this map right now. And with Sanji dropping 12 kills with that sniper, a higher sniper kill by an individual in this lobby, and with Risky scoring 10. You already know this team should be able to punish Elevate. And the rough pushes around that mid-map. Sanji again, the point of contact, he needs to win that gunfight. But unfortunately, he's still not yet spotted. And he's gonna fall down. Oh no. Everything collapses now for THNTS. They need this nades to connect. Maybe up against Susano! You're next!
1v2
for Rex! Not nade for him. Another situation.
The bomb has been planted.
Well, I hit it a couple of times ago. That's the stun. But it's gonna be Yopi with the pressure with that BMP, and now the double swing to take it home. Elevate narrowly escape. THNTS in this map number 2.
Oh, it was intense. Definitely intense. One more round, we could have seen the first overtime. Didn't happen. ELVPK did say narrowly just winning the game. Mad potential on search and destroy. Definitely great impact overall here for the side of the THNTS. You got 10. Sanji got 12, 11 for the set of Risky. Same goes for Susano. And Cali, I mean, if only they didn't really fall into the trap of Susano taking it one by one, bro. That could have been their game, bro.
Yeah, well, I can remember it clearly. Like the hold by Susano on the top yellow on the B side, where he had a 2-piece, same guys at the same 2 guys at the same angle. Then the A connector, right? I mean, the Z alley right there on the A side. It's just really rough. Sana was really clipping them off. That allowed him to really just get so much of the skills off the start. Thanatos did pretty great on the defense though. Just need to polish down that decision making once they hop into the attack side, because that's literally the problem. Is they're ego challenging teams that has the better angle against them.
Ooh. I'm just, you know what, man? I'm really liking the evolution here for this competition for Garena, man. Because there's a lot of teams that's really getting closer to
Elevate.
caliber, like Elevate. Yeah, exactly.
Crazy. But if there's anything, right, like really, like if any team will look to try to win up against Elevate, S&D is where they are really playable, right? I mean, you've seen it with the Chinese teams last year in CDSI. They always won the S&D, but not the respawn, because that's literally like the best thing that that the Elevate can really push through. And now the great thing about this time about it, Warden, is that it's not just Elevate anymore that is holding the top, right? SD is there along with them now, and a couple of these arena teams are slowly able to figure out how can they play and level up the playing field for their team to be able to take a map away from Elevate. And while Thanatos did manage to take away maps up against Elevate back in the tournaments that we've seen them play, it's really not that close on the S&D. It's always been at Elevate, right? So it's really good that they've kept things pretty close, with Sanji really popping off despite the loss.
It's definitely keeping it close here. Now, Cali, we scrap off Combine Hardpoint, Tanisha Search and Destroy. We're going to go back to take off control. We've seen this already with Elevate up against Ace Gamers. They almost took the loss there. They won the first two rounds up against Ace Gamers. They lost the next two as well, but they were able to get their adjustment on the fifth round. If ever we get to see as much work as Thanatos is able to put up there on the Tanisha Search and Destroy, we might just be able to see a pretty close game as well here on this game 3, Cali.
Yeah, Risky definitely is still a standout here, despite not being with Smart Omega anymore. Again, this guy is a stamina. Those routes on these rounds that you're playing with him. So it's all about the snipers now. Again, I feel like Sanji should be the one playing the sniper or the Type 63 around this map, because it is really locking things down with the sniper. But you do also gotta have to factor in how you're going to be playing all these 3 lanes, because from what we saw from Elevate and how Ace Gamers lost on the map, on the same map as what we're heading into right now, is that they're only thinking about 2 lanes, always disregarding the 3rd lane, which is this top red on this Aurora launch. So they gotta make sure that they'll be sending out a ton of players to this one, so that they do not get their spawns manipulated.
Pretty great attention to detail there from set of ELVPK. They start things off with a pretty passive note, anticipating the push out there from set of Thanatos, and they're going to be able to punish them, and now they're going to have that extension as well here as they are able to win the gunfights. But Thanatos keeping it close though. But if you take a look at the players of ELVPK, they have now pushed up here towards the medical side. But if you look at Thanatos as well, they're just swarming for a 5-man push on the stadium.
Okay, this is literally really fun to watch right now, how the counter is for Thanatos. Definitely some measures that they can read, but Elevate is really pushing on the top side. So instead, they put some guys to maybe as well. So gotta have to put some credit in here for Thanatos right now for keeping it at pace. But Elevate still doing time. They're holding on that A segment, just 1 pick away from capturing all of the A side.
15-18. Time for persist. Extension granted. Get the life count in here in favor for them, but it's all going to come down to how you make the striker on his B control point. Can they get stacked up? Rex confirms the kill. And look at the players of the Natos here. They know for sure that they don't want to get laned out here, so they're going to get stadium control as well. Pushing through now. 13-12. 12-12. Cali, the Natos having the recovery here. It's all going to come down to playing your cards right from then on forward.
Here we go. See how Thanatos will decide to make this play. They're really focusing on that Aurora launch. got two guys there trying to hold Elevate, trying to take away the spawn away from them. And it's all the task of Sanji to maybe win this on the top side and risky to cut off the players from Elevate on bottom ATM. There goes the first one. PG is gonna fall. Elevate again, scrambled around the map. Same thing can be said to Thanatos. They gotta win their 1v1s here. A couple of guys gone over towards the Aurora launch, and Kilo has got the info. He's swinging. Will he win it up against Risky? Nope. The double contest there work for Thanatos. Still pretty scrappy here for both of these two squads. Elevate has got time to play around and play for kills.
Aye.
And that is going to be a big shot. It's not a thing on Sanji. Yopi there as well for Risky. Kenobi. You know how the whole of a lifetime here. He's gonna get chased by Yopi 1 Kenobi. Take away an attack side.
The game's pretty close. Game's pretty hot. Fortunately, though, first out of ELVPK, it didn't really come down to a costly round for them as they were able to preserve their operating skills and just win raw mechanically. Gunfights. Start things off here with a War Machine Gambit alongside Yopi's with a Sparrow. Susano here is going to be anticipating the pusher on the B control point with a Death Machine. Kendi rotates here from the mid towards the B control point now, and that's going to be a perfect trap set it up here by the side of ELVPK.
Here we go. There's a spawn trap that they're gonna try to look to capitalize on to win this through elimination and not give any breathing point. We're at Thanatos, maybe put on a capture kill or walk in, finding the timing. That's the first one. Now the spawn trap has been activated. Risky trying to escape. The spawn fight is huge to try to put away the control over on the top P2 here for Elevate. And he does find the elimination there, so that should be the B side wide open for them, maybe route around on.
Only a bit of a breakdown here for Thanatos on the offensive side. A lot of lanes covered by the side of ELVPK, and now Kalo whips out the claw, pushing through. Oh, Risky cancels it out, but damage has been done though. 12 to 21. Thanatos trying to scramble across here on his B control point, but that's only going to be riskier with a Death Machine to try to save the grace of this round for the squad. But the nade connects for Kalo. Rex in desperation whips out the Tempest as well. Might just be able to get the chain here because Kendi at the back of this control point should be able to get the cut. Definitely though. But they gotta get the time extension and win the next bulk of the kills if they want to stand a chance to win this round, Callie.
Yeah, 16-13, 7 seconds remaining. They gotta get a capture just to stop that top taking away their side. Elevate knows where to hit, where it hurts, right? Through the objective. They know that the time is not enough. And Thanatos will start to play desperate, and they did manage to find that shot down. Now, they're back on the attack side. Got a couple of score tricks available. Under killer zones really definitely gonna be important. Maybe just trying to get some extra kills for those map control, but first 5 kills do matter a lot here in Elevate. I to make that push over on the top P2. This is going to be an invasion. Kalo gonna try to swing it. Yopi there for the cleanup. That's the first 3 kills, and Yopi definitely making the opening route. The Hunter Killer drone now going to be thrown away. They have opened up the B site, and they will be playing for space with that Sparrow in Yopi's hand.
25 to 29. Here, Thanatos looks pretty empty once again here at this round. So much casualties been put up. 10 casualties to be exact. And 9 of them has been won over by the side of ELVPK. Yopi gets to reach here on the spawn side. Sparrow is out. Same goes for the lives of Thanatos.
Oh no, it's a total snowball now. Thanatos just cannot escape from it. Medical Center is now going to be invaded by the Kendi War Machine. That's 4 straight elimination. One more for the EMP, and he unlocks it. Great value on that operator. And the Predator missile to just put the icing on the cake, and the EMP system to put more confusion in the face of Thanatos.
Risky. Kenobi, the last glimmer of hope, but it shouldn't matter at most. It is Risky, the veteran of the squad, falling down at the end. GG's well played. ELVPK, they came out with a pretty convincing victory, 3-0 here on the stake of control. Definitely much more dominating compared to how it went down with them and Ace Gamers.
Yeah, that's a statement right there. And getting 2 attack side wins is just really impressive here for, for Elevate, right? I mean, that last round on the attack definitely put on a lot of mixtape in there, especially for Kendi. He dropped the bomb, and it was just Thanatos falling down again and again and again on the Medcare center, and he was able to build up through a Predator missile, to an EMP system, and boosted him to at least a top 3 placement here on the control takeoff, as he ended up with 18 kills and 5 deaths. That is going to be a 3.3 KD that he'll be able to take home at the end of their 2 matches here in day 1 of Group B.
Really, really great touch up here for the side of ELVPK. I mean, that's it, you know, the benefit of having a great coach, Olea. I mean, you know, they had a bit of a struggle on the first round here, and definitely a lot of struggle on the first time they were able to play takeoff on the stage of, you know, the tournament. But you got to see when you found the readjustments, when they were able to play this map second chance upper, it was definitely a big blowout this time around. ELVPK remains to be the same. Donato still a lot of things to work on, but they have potential. Not too entirely certain about that combine hardpoint, but that search and destroy and this control, even though on paper it was a 3-0, some rounds were pretty close.
Yeah, and it was just that Elevate's map positioning is clearly far superior, and Thanatos definitely just gotta make sure that their defense is just a lot more tighter on all 3 lanes, because Elevate, again, they were exposing these boys on the defense by just pushing through the top red. And I know if you're holding on the top red, you're spawning those teams at the Medcare center, so you're filtering down the spawns on this takeoff map, and Thanatos just kept allowing that to happen on the round 1 and that round number 3, which prompted Elevate to just really had it easy to go in for the spawn trap. You saw it, Warden. I think it was Kalo that was holding down top red, and Kendi, he got that info that his teammates are holding down that top red, so he just had to throw in the War Machine, a heave over the Medcare center, and it dropped him 3 kills off the start, and it was just barbecue chicken up until the very end. And this is how it's going to conclude, right? Thanatos definitely showing signs of weakness on the respawns, but that SMD definitely looked to be improved, but unfortunately not that good enough to take a map away from Elevate today.
Early, man, and most definitely Cali. And wow, I mean, so far, looking at the pace of the broadcast, we might just end off pretty early compared to how it went down on Group A, Cali. I mean, we reached like what, 11 p.m. yesterday. I think we are on the run to closest 1 out of 10. Definitely an hour earlier compared to the yesterday's broadcast, and it goes to show how quickly the pacing is on this set of Group, Cali.
Yeah, and Group B definitely, it looks like it's the group of death right now. It's not looking like how it is supposed to be because of how one-sided the games have all been, right? I mean, you could say that Elevate definitely had a speed run up against NIP. I mean, Elevate had a speed run on their first opponent today, and NIP got speed run through by TSM, combined 25 points, 7-0 on the Tunisia, and a 3-0 on that raid. You know, it is really going to be really rough for the teams that is not going to be part of MSP on this group of death. Maybe if we see TSM and Thanatos as well as Elevate and Thanatos play, I mean TSM and Thanatos play, there we might see a couple of games close. But now we're down to our final game. It is going to be your boys from NIP going up against the Ninjas, and that will be right after this break.
くれ Great homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Baseline その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end信じてくれ Great homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Baseline その手で今 Make it go Returnable Returnable to precious 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
welcome you right back into Garena Regional Qualifiers 2025. My name is Kelly. I'm down here with Warden, and we are currently playing our final game of the day, Warden. It's Ninja versus NIP, and from what we saw earlier, man, NIP definitely lacking a lot more fundamentals from what we saw from them up against TSM. So Ninja looking like they're going to be the favorite team that will look to try to take this one home.
Yeah, clear standout here for me for the set of Ninjas was that they were able to actually take a control map away from TSM. So if they can polish up their hard point and search and destroy, they could definitely be a squad that could be up there. Well, for the side of NIP, I mean, it was a total bloodbath. They got served like what, a 7-0 alongside a 50-point club. B0 on control. Yeah, they haven't really had a good day here today.
And we're now looking into Ninja right here, and Tyke definitely the player to look out for on this team, as he scored the MVP in the Crossfire control that we had him scoring 31 eliminations. Definitely one of the standouts on the Indonesian region. It's just unfortunate that his team, Kazuku Esports, was not able to make it here. But either way, at least he's playing for this squad, right, to represent the region into the stage 4 of the Garena Regional 2025. Now we move on to our other team, right? We have nap is priority, and hopefully they already took a nap after that game that they did up against TSM, because they're definitely gonna need the energy to will through the Ninja squad. So Nico, you got Chaotic, Sixden, Black, Oliveira, and Lee Jianin. And yeah, if we're talking about it right now, Warden, Black needs to get his gunfights up to pace because he was losing, dropping all those bottom frags up against TSM earlier.
Yeah, and you know, Lee G, I feel like that name is gonna be something we're gonna be butchering all throughout the tournament. But you know, he was the only player that actually was able to be on par with some of the players, but not really on par. No, I mean, definitely was able to get some slays here and there, but overall, the whole team has to find the proper rhythm here, Cali, because what they showed earlier, this wasn't it, bro. So let's see. I mean, I feel like we're looking at two teams that is pretty much have a bout with one another. As we take a look at the maps now here, finally we do get to see some hard point. Second map is going to be Fire and Range, Search and Destroy, and the third map, once again, is going to be Take Off Control.
Take Off Control, that's the best chance for your boys from Ninjas to take the win, but I want to see how NIP is going to be doing here on this Hardpoint Hacienda. The Combine map, I don't know what went through and why they decided to pick that, but yeah, maybe they were hiding strats for next year's World Champs on that Combine map. But Hacienda, obviously, as a CODM player in the esports scene, right, in the ecosystem, you're going to play a lot of Hacienda. This is a fundamental map, so looking forward to how will NIP be playing here again. Lee Jian needs his team to wake up and win some gunfights, because it won't cut it for him to be the only guy that will try to push throughout all the spawns here in this map.
Oh yeah, most definitely, bro. Here we go. Hacienda, the mansion that we all love, as Jericho would say, but it's Cali's house. We'll see if these teams has been able to put up the repetition that they need to accumulate, the experience that they need to show up here and give us a good show on stage for World Qualifiers 2025 of Garena. It's gonna be the last and final series here for day number 2, day 1 for Group A. Let's get it, Cali.
Yeah, let's see. Will they just take the 3-0, or will NIP score another series for the Taiwan region? Remember, 3 Evil Dragons, they took a series away from our boys in Garena MSP, right, from Prestige. So maybe this time they'll be the ones to maybe score an upset. But even what I am saying feels like it's hopium, knowing that this boys from Ninjas definitely has got what it takes to take away the map.
Let's get it. Just waiting for the games to start. Last and final series for each end. Both has suffered with a loss. Make the most out of it. And your night with a banger. Is it going to be the squad of Indonesia? Or is it going to be the squad of Taiwan? So far, in regards to the map comparison, it was their first day today. But You know, a bit of a pull up there from the side of Ninjas. They were able to claim that map up against TSM on Control Crossfire. Both though truly has a lot of things to prove. Has been pretty lopsided on Control and Search and Destroy. See where the bout will lead us instead of this map.
See what's going to be happening here. It's really going to be a tough fight, honestly, to start off the day. NIP, if we're talking about the losses that these two teams took, right, it's harsher for NIP because of the thrashing that TSM did up against them. And both of these teams actually played TSM, right? And TSM struggled. I mean, TSM definitely struggled up against Ninjas on the control, but the hard point definitely was pretty close. Yes, indeed, it was just a one-sided game, but the respawns definitely look like it is going to be in the hands of Ninjas here on this matchup. Because if you try to compare it, man, 155 points on the slumps for the side of Ninjas, and only 25 points scored by NIP on the hard point combine, despite it being their map pick. Could not really get anything out of it. And yep, just get this game started and see what these two teams has to offer.
Talk about the breakdown here on Shenna Hardpoint. Money Hills to fight for is definitely going to be those P2, P3 to P4. P1, we've seen a lot of teams get actually soul definition as well once you are able to allocate one player play off that lobby alongside blue control to cut off either players from well side or the tin control. P2 rotation, some players like to play it late, you know, go for a 5-man stack there on towards the rock side, put your smokes there, go for the front side break. P3, it's a bit of a toss up for me, Gally. Some teams like to play on the well side, some teams like to play on the garden side, but most importantly, you would want to get the balcony control.
Yeah, the balcony control is gonna give you a massive vantage point to just get a lot of eliminations from the P3. But yeah, it's now all about getting into the mansion. I know I closed it. It was not available, but Garena told me to open up my mansion. So today we're gonna.
How much is that painting worth, bro?
I mean, this is 3 hectares right here, man, and you already know in the Philippines, 3 hectares is, I mean, 1 square kilometer is equals to 600. I bought this. I bought this map.
Is this in Ayala, Alabang?
Yeah, it's in Ayala, Alabang, man, and I bought it for 300 billion.
Your man's neighbor is Manny Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao. I have LeBron James as my neighbor as well. It really feels, you know, boxing, Filipino boxer in the Philippines, be my neighbor, and you also have LeBron James, bro. Here and there is gonna be.
How many times have you fell in the well, bro?
What in the well? I've never done that, man. But every time we try to cook outside, we put some water. Every time we every time we go and eat on Tuesday, man, LeBron always wants to eat in my manor, bro. Like Taco Tuesday. Enough of that. Enough of that, right? We're just waiting for our games to start. I'm not expecting a lot from this. I think it's still going to be a 3-0. I mean, I'm not
for who though?
In favor for who? I think it's already answered, man. I think it's Ninjas, so we'll take this one home, knowing how well they really play this map.
I got a feeling that NIP still hasn't done the choice. Just that, you know, unfortunately they got greeted probably by the number 2 team in their bracket. And as much as I don't want to say this because it's a bit too early to call, but I feel like TSM is a pretty established squad here. And I feel like any other team here, I feel like if you put, actually no, yeah, actually, you know what, maybe you have a fair point. I'm just recalling here because both of these teams did actually play up against TSM. So you do have a fair pointer, Cal. You got me on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying as we were trying to intro this game into the hard point agenda. It's definitely Ninjas scoring a lot more points against Team Star Magic and even taking away a map, right? And if you try to compare that to how NIP played it up against TSM, they barely scored the point. 25 points is the only points that the total that they got on all 3 maps, right? 7-0 and a 3-0. The Search and Destroy and on the Control game mode itself. So it's really looking rough for them. But I want to prove it wrong, right? Maybe it's just the first game, you know, Nightmare for a GBG. I mean, yeah, that might be that might be the play, right? It's their first stage 4 together. They don't really got much experience, and they had to play a top team, right? The all best team in this, and yeah, got they just got shocked. Just could not recover from it out of that map number 1.
Well, I understand the hard point. I definitely didn't really understand Search and Destroy though, but it was a 7-0, 3-0 control. Yeah, everything's not really looking good overall. But hey, could be the first day. You know, there's a lot of like things that we could probably expect here, but we'll just wait and see when the game starts. Ladies and gentlemen, I know for sure you guys are waiting for the games to start between NIP and our squad of ninjas, but for the time being though, better make sure you guys are following our channels that are across Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, because we got what, 4 more days right after today. It's 6 consecutive days worth of action here for the group stage at the 2025 Garena Qualifiers. This is stage 4. Top 2 winners will make it to the grand finals to the World Championship. And right after the 6 days accumulated, we're gonna have a 4-day break, and we're gonna be continuing with 3 days worth of action towards the playoffs. Better make sure you guys don't miss out any days, because every point game matters inside. And as we get to see so far, Cali, we do miss out on the certain start of P1, but it is gonna be Ninja here on the lead.
And Ninjas off to a very commanding lead here. They already flipped the spawns for P2. Ramin, we talked about him being that guy, the bottom frag up against TSM, but he had a couple of moments where he's the one making the plays around the parameter and just scoring multiple streaks.
Oh, yep, and everything is gonna be stale here once again. Oh, never mind, we're back inside, and it is gonna be NIP here, put the trail, but they do get a better formation here towards the back of the hard point. Nick's still gonna be sliding in. Taib leads the way with a team with a War Machine. Stands free to his name, but hey, never mind. The War Machine gets put out, canceled out. NIP looks to still provide the fight that they can try to do to claim the points away here on speed 2, but Ninja is playing very scrappy here, giving NIP such a hard time.
Okay, this is already an improvement from what we saw from the Combine HB, but a little bit more opportunity for them to maybe make the early rotation onto P3 at this point. There's really nothing you can get out of the Val in the last 10 seconds remaining on that P2, so now you're just gonna have to play for those exit kills, but unfortunately there, Nyx is able to take down 6. So now they're gonna be able to push up right through the best spawn possible around the map and maybe even take away the pin control. And that's where the flank play can just really hurt them, as we got Nyx with a claw available, but he's gonna fall. Now we got your boys from NIP actually winning. They got a couple of hard point points, but they got a stack in there, but they kind of trapped right around the fences.
Bit of a recovery here. Up inside of the hill, Oliveira. It's 2 there with an equalizer. Gonna be splitting up their spawns here for Ninja for a moment or so. That is gonna be enough time for them to buy down a bit more time, but as soon as they see that Ninja, they do get the break now, and they force back the spawns of NIP here on the garden side. And the rest of this crew from the Ninjas, the Ninja squad, are gonna be overlooking the same direction, so that should be them polishing things up and patching up the last 20 seconds here inside of this hill. Bit of a breakthrough here for the set of Ninjas, and as the time passed by here, Cali, the lead gets more evident.
Yeah, Lee GN, he's got 9 kills now here. The Type 63 definitely going to be his main course of weapon. It's just
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Looking like, okay, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a hiccup here on our side, but so far it's going to be 153 to 50 here for the side of Ninjas and NIP. Ninja's going to be on the lead. Ready flies in. The Eep going to be there inside of the hill here, building up the EMP. As we close things up now here on his P1, looking like it's going to be the same old rotation. Actually, never mind. NIP this time around, they're going to be hitting it from the front side. Well, the crews from Ninjas, they're going to have the better spawns now. And got a note. Fire's going to be out here for the side of Lee, for the side of NIP. Should it be enough for them to close out the initial start of this hill? Not going to be the case. And it's still going to be Ninja here retaining the control inside of the hill.
Oh, you got Nico here for NIP, man. I thought that guy's playing for the Falcons, but it's just Ninjas again, looking pretty good around the hill. I mean, you got Type with 34 illumination. You have, you know, an EMP system built up as well, so he's definitely getting the frags that this team needed just to put a lot of pressure and put this game to an end. And again, this is already an improvement from what we saw from NIP on the matchup against TSM. They already scored 50 points, but at the cost of helping this other team build 2 EMP systems, Warden.
You know, going back to our pre-game conversation, you're absolutely right, bro. I mean, NIP's hardpoint is just looking pretty lost here, and there's just a lot of things to decipher from. The gunfights, the individuality, the formation, the way they use their operator skills. Rotations, not too bad, but the rest is just not clicking at all. Now, we open things up here on the speed 3, and it's going to be Ninjas now here reverberating around the hill. Inside they go as well, and they got the top side control. They got the operators to back it up. They're on the run to close things out here, Cali.
Yeah, they're looking to build more damage here. It's just a massacre at this point. That's the Hunter. You can even throw in the Predator missile here. Chaotic trying to make this push work as we got a little bit of overextension coming through for Ninja. So you'll be able to punish that with 2 of their raiders actually being utilized here on this P4. But even that is just going to be messed up right now. Ninjas only needs 15 more points and they can end it here with the Sparrow. That's it here by Philip. And nobody really clooked here by Ramen. Ninja is gonna take this one away with just 1 kill to do. Oliveira falls. Ninja, as we expect it to be, we'll be taking that map number 1, 250 to 55.
Yeah, definitely a quick run there, led by the Ninjas of Indonesia. And there was just no point of contention at all there that NAP was able to put up at all. It was just Ninjas there panhandling every situation. Even there was a certain point of time where they were late on the rotation, but their gunfights just proved to be much more in a different level. As we proceeded towards the game, you took a look at the kill count here, Cali. The Eep on 41 kills, 198 impact rating, by the way, 1 minute and 49 seconds inside of the hill. But on the trail, it's going to be Ramen, same, pretty much similar stat line, and the rest just came through.
This is definitely what we needed for Ramen. You know, the redemption after losing gunfights up against Team Star Magic on the first map on the Slums hardpoint. Definitely redeemed himself here with the OBJ and the slaying that they are able to provide. We could not really watch like the full gameplay ahead of this match. Like, we're really trying to get ourselves connected into the game, but had a little bit of problem at the back end. But now that that's sorted out, let's see what happened on the highlights together, right? I mean, the last time we saw it was 150 to 50 on the scoreline. We definitely missed out on that P4. And it does look like it's just the same thing over and over again, right? I mean, NIP, when they're spawning, they look pretty disjointed. They don't know where to take the route together as a squad. And with the gunfights, on the 1v1 always being won by Ninja, that really hurts their odds even more. If you can't win your gunfight, like this one, you have a death machine, but you lost to a guy that was holding down the core on that P2. So, gunfight-wise, really, like literally is the core main problem for this team. And also the lack of communication, which only gets better as we play more competition in Garena.
Yeah, one sense of pickup that you gotta admire here for the set of Ninjas is the appropriate guns for the appropriate lanes, Cal. You know, the push up there with the Type 63 on Statue, the Claw getting the caught up there on E-Box, so on and so forth. But hey, let's appreciate once again the MVP here for our squad of the Ninjas. It is gonna be Taib leading the team as the veteran. As the player with the most experience here, able to get it done.
A second MVP here for him for the day, and you love to see that the Indonesia region definitely knows how to scout the talents here, man. I mean, it would really be unfair for Type to not play a stage 4, and you have the RHB esports squad playing for ABC when in fact they were the #1 team in Indonesia, right? So yeah, that's pretty good. Type looking like he is gonna will this team to victory with the way he is playing. 41 kills as you mentioned earlier. Then he had 1 minute and 49 seconds on the hard point with a total of 198 impact rating. So yeah, definitely looks recharged. We have not seen him in a lot in MSP, but he used to compete in MSP. And if I remember correctly, he was last part of the CKG Legacy squad back in 2023. Then he had to like switch into the Indonesian region, just get himself the grind, and it definitely paid off. He's definitely getting the MVPs here, despite this not being his team. And that's the first map right there. 250 to 55 with the scoreline ward, and we're moving on to S&D.
Personally, this time it is going to be firing range, search and destroy. I'm still kind of expecting the same replication and how it went down there for NIP, because I think ever they tried a different map on hardpoint, doesn't seem to work out. Moving over here towards the next map, firing range. I think I'm expecting enough for rounds, few rounds or two to click in here for NIP. After all, you are dealing with the oldest map in the book. It is going to be firing range, so I'd be surprised if they're not going to have any preparation as we head straight now towards the game. And let's not waste any time. Let's get it, Callie. It is going to be NIP starting things off on defense, Ninja on the offensive side.
I have confidence that this team can actually put something in this map right here. NIP just gotta trust their snipers to work their shots and lead G in. And they needs to be able to spot these players down, but look at Ninja dealing the first blood, opening up the A site, and Type really loves this angle right here. As soon as Nico picks that, gonna be down for the count. So the push through for 7 is gonna be there. Chaotic with the trade, Type with the shot, Chaotic falls, and man, the stun is not going to be a hindrance for Ninjas to stop the players from the barrels push.
Absolute textbook play there on the A side. Leave one guy there to contest it mid-map with a sniper and go for a full send there on the A side. Looking at the same call here. It ain't broken, don't fix it. And this time though, NIP, they are going to be stacking around the vicinity of this A side. Going to be the exact same call. They do double it down with a PKM here from the side of Nico. But Lee G finds a double off with a Tundra. 7 and Philip is going to be out here for the side of Ninja. And the name connects as 1 for 6. Then Chaotic finds the Eep. And now it's going to be next all alone here in the 1v4.
Now they decided to play the S&D with lineups. I think that's the first time we get to see them have high value nades. But Nyx still very much alive. And we've seen this play before for NIP where they got the numbers game.
No way!
And they crumble. Nyx with the back-to-back kills. Stun and the smoke just to maybe try to fake it. Looking to try to attack. Oh my days, this is gonna be a big brain play. He might know that the guy is actually on barrels. He decides to throw that smoke to maybe confuse the man. And he has already made the rotation here. Just trying to check a little bit more angle. He takes down the... He takes the American route. But no information as well. Both teams opposite of each other right now.
No way. Once was a 1v4, we're down to a 1v1, Nyx. You can't win this round like this. Utter disrespect. Lee on the other side! Nyx! With a 1v4!
Ready up.
You can't do that! My days, Nyx!
Beautiful reads. Insane plays for Nyx. This almost felt like he knew where the players are gonna take that hit. And that smoke definitely played in the head of NIP. They really thought that Nyx was able to... He's gonna pick up that bomb after that smoke, but... It's the other way around. And that's gonna have to be a confidence boost for Ninja on this S&D. That's a great comeback out of Nyx. And in the following round, they chose to play it slowly. Try to play through him as the sniper, and so far, the only info he's been able to obtain is those guys inside of that trailer.
Absolutely disgusting. I wouldn't blame the observer to keep his eyes on Nyx. What's gonna be the play this time around? Lee on the other side. Oh, backs away.
They respect him now.
Roman stacked it on the ace side. Ninja still looking to persist to make the same old play.
There's no route. There's no route for the snipers here. And Nyx slowly pushing through, jump, and you're dead. Oh! Lee Ji in. He's gonna get the kill on the Nyx. That is already the best player out. But the bomb is headed towards A. Nades are going to be there, number 4 in 7. He is going to be the factor here. Another peek there by 5, and the 2 snipers are down, but Ramen going to be able to cook up something inside of the trailer side. Oliveira going to make the play. He's going to find one, but he's low.
Got the bomb.
Ramen should be able to swing this. He spots him. Oliveira going to fall down, and another Eagle Child there for 6. What is happening between these two teams? Oh my days!
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
It's so unpredictable.
You have the rounds for yourself.
You have
The bomb is not
number.
even planted. The bomb is not even planted.
Destroy.
Had to go for the push, get punished.
Bomb acquired.
You can't rely on Lee getting those, bro. And now, switch to tempo this around to go for this B side. It's 1 for a split. Yep. Oliveira, the only player all alone on the B side, eats a nade directly. It's gonna be a free side for the side of Ninjas.
On Ninjas, gonna put that bomb down now. And with only 4 players to retake this, is already gonna get difficult for Ninjas to play this. Nyx with another pickoff, and man, this guy's really impressing me right now. This man's a demon with this scope. 7. Always sticking his lips right here. Oh no! That wasn't the case. So now he's gonna have to rely on his teammates to clear it up, and there we go. Nyx with 3 kills this time on this round, Warden. Man is forming aura.
And man's going to probably break some sense of record here for the squad.
Spotted.
Didn't really see Nyx put up these types of numbers earlier, but now look at him. All grown into the field of the competition. Same play once again for the side of NIP. Chaotic. Gonna be alone here with a PKM, spamming through, gets his spray down. Feel it, Nyx walks in. 7 able to get the trade.
Oh, the flank.
1 for 2.
Look at the flank.
But now reinforcements comes in. Nico sprays down with a Nodin. Total collapse here for the side of Ninja. And finally, the first round for the side of NIP.
Oh, Nico remembered that, hey, I am a star player. I can do it as well. And he proceeds to light down his first 2 kills right there. I know. It's hard. I used to be on the Falcons, but now I'm on NIP. And I got to carry some hold on this A side. Going to be the first contact, so he's just gonna have to prepare for this gunfight right here. Nyx steals the first blood though. With 16 down. Ramen, why are you picking the trailer? Your guys are inside.
Questionable. Now,
Bomb has been
the 4v5. Round continues. Numbers advantage here for Ninja. They got the bomb planted as well. Full man stacked here on the barrel side. Philip, are you ready for it? Type's gonna be playing off the cross there with a Tundra. One player on contention there on the American side. They go for a coordinated push. They go for the spray. Good for 2. Good for 3. And now Lee. Jiain gonna be all alone out here in the 1v3. Push through. Information's relayed. They go for the shot. 1 by 1. They peek. 1 by 1. They might fall, but Nyx from the back secures a shot off the head. And that's gonna be the last round here, going to the side of the Ninjas as we switch the sides.
defend the objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Coming through. Next round's gonna be opening up. NIP looks to lead the way exactly how it did on the first round. Heavy strike here on an ace side. 1 player backs away. It's gonna be Philip though, finding Oliveira in the process. But the bomb should be getting dropped here soon enough. Nyx with a nade finds Chaotic as well. The first 2 kills go to the side of the Ninjas. And they're not gonna waste any time to eat. Ramen
Oh my
puts himself into the
God.
mixer as well. Lee now once again all alone for the squad. It gets isolated but Ramen on the trailer side. And quickly with a snap of a finger, Cali, game point for Ninjas. Last round
Destroy the objective.
here. This is gonna be the same play. Watch this, the cross. Next finds the first blood once again. And NIP looks quite lost in what to do now. Total control here for the side of the Ninjas. Play for picks all you want. The Ninjas are feeling it all down. Neeks leads the team with 13 kills to his name. Everything is just going in haywire here for the squad of NIP.
Philip should have the hold. Nyx is in a prime position to just gatekeep the bomb from getting picked up on the long A. And the just for the extra information as they send out the only one live remaining for NIP. And it's all down to Nico. He's gonna fall, and Ninjas takes a commanding 7-1 win on this map number 2.
Total knockout. Should have had more rounds here on the defensive side. Didn't happen. A lot of ego chows, a lot of just misplays that happened. Now you move over here. Nap's priority looking to be the team that will be beating up to the shadows of the rest of the competition here in this set of Group B. Take a look at the score line. It is going to be 14 kills here for the set of Nick, 7 for the set of Philip, Ramen with 8, 6 for the set of 7, to Eep with 2. Funny enough, to Eep will be the player that will not be having the most of impact. Definitely Nick's really stood up here for the squad. And coming through for the side of NIP, you got Chaotic here, which was the only player that had a contestant here up against COD Ninjas. But for the side of Oliveira, alongside 6din, 2 kills for him, 1 for the set of 6din. Definitely just not the brightest of days for the side of NIP here, Cali.
Yeah, it's just the fundamentals that were really lacking, but you know, it's gonna take a while for them to really get to the level of where these top teams from Indonesia, as well as the MSP server and the Thailand server, it's really gonna take a lot of scrims and a lot of dedication just to put themselves in the best spot possible. But gotta have to admire again that they got there with this roster. NIP definitely a lot of potential, just that without the proper team play, especially in the search and destroy, it makes it harder for you to increase your chance of winning. And sometimes, just gotta have to deal with it. Now the MVP, it's gonna be Nyx here with 14 elimination. So that's really a lot of elimination for you to have and to do it in 7 rounds, Warden. 14 elimination for it.
14 eliminations. Able to step it up big time. Now we're approaching the last and final map here inside of not just the series, but today's broadcast, and it is going to be Control once again. Callie, I'm not too exactly certain what to expect here, but there has been a common fad here for the side of NIP is that they can't really put up any game modes for themselves. I mean, there's some teams here, like let's say you look at Treeville Dragons, you look at Ace Gamers, there's at least one game mode that you can try to put a fight into, but so far there has been nothing for the side of NIP. Hopefully this time around here on Takeoff Control, they could probably shine just a little bit. And if not, this might just look to be pretty disastrous here for the side of NIP.
It really could be, but again, you were talking about that, right? In every year, there will be a team that will dominate, and also there will be a team that will dominate the lower stages. Right? I mean, there will be a team that will be dominated and will proceed to just place at the lowest point of the group stage standing, right? And I feel like this year there's gotta be NIP, and again, I'm optimistic of what they can do here, but still gotta have to lower the expectation on what they could do. But gotta have to work with what you have right now, and you're still playing stage 4. A great opportunity for you to gain some international tournament repetitions. And this being your stage 4, you gotta do everything in your hands, be able to create and make the plays 100%, so that you don't got no regrets when it comes to playing this tournament right here. Now we got NIP on the attack side so far, able to clear out the P2 and the launch center entirely. So he made the opening, took down the first 6 kills. So this is going to be a nice start coming from them.
Nice start, but it's all going to come down to the sustainability here. Can you remain consistent and build up? Start off what he started. So far, they're still persisting through to try to get this, contention here on his B control point. 7-0 finds a spray down. Up against C6 Din and Legion. Nico gets taken out as well. There's going to be slight bits of recovery now here for the set of ninjas, but you can look at NIP. They are going to be traveling across Secret side, trying to divert their attention here on his A control point. Question is, though, do they anticipate the double man wrap there from the set of ninjas? Because if not, that might just be a spawn trap here, set it up.
Yeah, it could be a potential spawn trap here now for Nyx. I mean, he's got the top side control. I don't think the opponent has got the information, but not sure why he had to hop away from the power position right there. Literally was the killing position. Then it turned out he just tried to kill himself by jumping off the floor and he got himself shot there, even though the smoke was dropped in. But again, the attack side still pretty lacking here so far for NIP. Although they have done 2 segments here, you gotta have to extend that to an extra minute by taking that last segment on the day side.
Well, to 8, NIP back on the trail. No map control whatsoever. It's just a trap here that ninjas are gonna be able to set up now. And to 6 though, still can put up any mistakes, but looking like it's not gonna happen at most. As ninjas, they start to turn up here at the latter part. Gonna play for the time or the life. It doesn't matter. It's the first round going to the side of the Indonesians. Ninjas, they claim this round out narrowly though. Still well fought by the side of NIP.
It's Ninja with the opportunity to bring out their operators here. You know, they got the Tempest. That machine here probably going to be very useful as well to try to cut off these players on the defending side. Now you need this power to really get some information, and now you do. There's a couple of guys holding down tickets, and purposely there's going to be a guy holding down the bottom scaffolding. So now that is going to be the opening break that Ninja needs to really over push the top red as well as this OBJ.
And Ninjas are filling it right now. To Eve here going to try to go on a run here with a war machine. Finds one across that. It's going to be chaotic. Double trophies out. Yep. Finds the surge shell to connect and get the elimination. Devin is pushed up here with a Tempest to try to push up in the lane, but I don't think he knows that the medical spawns is going to be the way to go. But no, he's just trying to push out the players, and he gets a triple chain. He gets a triple chain. What are you doing, NIP? They walk in to his Tempest. Devin goes on a mad spree, burning in the heat, reaping the lives away. Philip, he just popped the Predator missile in front of the enemy. That is the first time I've seen that, Callie.
Yeah, no. Oh no. NIP. It's just crazy what's happening here. Oh my god, 20-5 on the scoreline. Those operators, there's really something with that Medcare Center today. Kennedy blasted 8 people in the Medcare Center with the War Machine. That time the Tempest and the Predator missile. Oh no.
Absolute bloodbath. NIP has 3 operators to work with. Each and every player that is alive, they got their own ops. But it's going to take, what, 3 operators to make a perfect play for them to bounce back here on this round. On paper, in reality, in short, not really the most probable rounds here for the side of NIP. Yep, it's a close out. Match point, game point here for the side of the Indonesians. Ninjas out to come out in clean slate here and control takeoff.
Here we go. One more round away for this to be a 3-0. And again, Ninja needs this one badly because they're fighting at the group of death. So every map that you can take, you'll gladly try to extend your chances of playing to the playoffs here. And for Ninja, you know, there's a lot of competition here. You got THNTS, you got TSM over the fight on that top 3. And with you taking away a map away from TSM earlier, there is really a high chance for you to be able to make it there to the playoffs. But this is just the first day for your group, and you just gotta have to try to scrap your way into it. Ramen with the depth machine. That's the double. At least we get to see a fight back there for Oliveira. NIP again looking promising now. Okay. Able to extend out Chaotic on the B-side ticket. And he's gonna score some kills as well. So a little bit of signs of light that we're seeing here. And Oliveira just running around. It's a marathon. Oh, the turn on to 7. Okay. But that's it. Can we see more though?
Opener's definitely not a problem here for NIP, but we started to question this is truly the sustainability, the consistency. Find a means to close out what you started, and so far now, a bit of breathing room here for the set of ninjas. Ram is going to be pushing up here on the stadium side alongside Philip as well. And they're going to try to get the cut down. War Machine's going to be out here on this mid map that it's going to be wielding it and pushing through. Bit of a 50-50 stalemate now. 3 Operas going to be invested. 2 for the set of ninjas. It's going to be the Tempest here for the set of 7. It's 1 pop through. The 3rd connects up into Oliveira. And now the map control here, evidently much more congested by the players of ninjas.
Yeah, Type is gonna be here. Oh, the push to the spawns. That's the 2-piece for Type. 16 in his name. Nico pops it just to try to be desperate to get a couple of more chance to win this, but it's a 1v9 with only 10 seconds remaining. Ninjas will be taking the map away, and it's going to be a sweep. 3-0. Put the fries in the bag. It's over. Ninja will be taking home the final win of the day.
Absolute clean slate here for ninjas. You just well played. Congratulations. They claim 4 maps for today. 1 from the side of TSM and 3 from the side of NIP. See the face of the NIP. They're pretty chill. They're pretty laid back. Definitely a lot of things to catch up on and learn. Gunfights has to be, you know, talked about here. Lee Ji Ian has been on top of the board, always has been provisionary in regards to getting this lace, but alongside Chaotic as well, but the rest just tends to struggle quite a lot, especially for side of Nico and 6th in.
Yeah.
I'm sure over. Next step in line is that you move over to the entirety of this game. You look at the highlights. It was a clean sheet once again for the side of ninjas. And, you know, for the side of NIP, you did mention the Cali in regards to the opening things off for the rounds, especially on the 1st and the 3rd. They didn't have any problems at all. It's just that they couldn't really. I feel like one thing that they struggled with really here, Cali, is that once they were able to get the opener, they don't really extend out enough, or they don't really win their gunfights in the middle part of the game. That's why they do just miss out on those opportunities, bro.
And the play for space, like they couldn't really do anything. Here's the funny clip right here. Everybody was just shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah on the figure center. And then there goes the kills and the Predator missile. You know, I feel like this was a good play for space here for Oliveira. But apart from that, that's the only thing that we really got something really well. And your MVP for this game is going to be belonging to Ninja.
I'm not sure if we lost Cali here once again.
And that's going to be 23 kills
definitely
there
the
for
MVP
him.
here is going to be 7 for set of Ninja.
2,661 points.
Do apologize.
He'll be able to accumulate. And
oh, never mind.
Gotta feel pretty good. That's 4 maps.
Oh.
That's 4 maps that we got here, Warden.
There's a lot of dinners here, man. Apologies for you guys on stream if our voice is crossing over. Unfortunately, our talk back here at the back end is just not coordinating with one another. We good? Are we good? Callie, can you hear me? Hello? Yep, hello.
Yes,
hi.
we're good. Oh my god, what is that? We're getting EMP system. From all the EMP system that we managed to see here today, somehow someone decided to use it against us, Warden. But hey, that's gonna be the end of the day here. There's gonna be another 3-0 in the bag.
Another 3-0 in the bag, and I can't wait to see what's gonna be the tally here for this very group, Cali. It's the first day of Group B, and as we all know, definitely, you know, one squad that was able to come up on top. Was it? It was obviously the Red Rebellion ELVPK. Alongside that, it's gonna be TSM. They are definitely gonna be surely on the trail here, not gonna be tied up in Elevate, as they did lose a map up against the ninjas. But aside from that, everything really went into not really the script, but definitely the you know, the sense of projections that we've had here, Cali.
Yeah, it's the S&D. Definitely that you're gonna have to try to win up against this MSP squad, right? If you're Thailand, if you're Taiwan, if you're going to be playing from Indonesia, right? You gotta still do search and destroys for you to be able to have an entry into the series and take away a map for them.
Yeah, for sure, bro. And you know, something about the whole runs here, bro, I'm pretty happy to see just everything coming true here, bro. I mean, looking at this, there's still going to be a lot of things that these teams has to work on, especially at the bottom end here. But moving over, I'm gonna be expecting a bit of a revamp, you know, for these teams overall. Cali, tomorrow's run is gonna be another bounce of what do you call this? It's gonna be another day for Group A. So hopefully those teams that stuttered and, you know, failed to put up the impact on yesterday's run could make up for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's just all it's all about it's now or never now, Warden. I mean, this is it. All the priority that you did, all the sacrifices that you played here, Warden, it all lies down to the stage 4. So you really got to bring your 110% for you to be able to have the chance to play in the playoffs, and before even talking about being the world's representative, Warden.
Yeah, for sure, bro. And come again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are just tuning in, this is the 2025 Garena Qualifiers for Stage 5. 2 teams will make it from the Garena region to represent the said region in the World Championship. As we all know, 2024 was predominated by your boys from the Red Rebellion, ELVPK. And this time around, though, we're entering the Stage 4, Cali, with one team that was able to stop the golden road, and that is Stalwart Esports. There's still a lot of things to come by with, a lot of things that's really happening on this group stage. And we still have 4 days to unfold before we even make it to the playoffs.
There's a lot more games that we're awarded. I'm sorry for y'all be systemed here by one of the guys that played here today, but yeah, rest assured we'll be able to bring you guys more action tomorrow as we go and spin the block on the Group A, where we're going to get to see Stalwart Esports again play in the mix and see how really connected they are as a squad. And it's just crazy that it's all happening so fast, Warden, right? It just felt like we were playing Garena Masters 8 to start the year, and now it's already Stage 4.
Yeah, for sure, bro. And but looking at it as well, I mean, we do have a mix of a bracket run there, and there's gonna be a lot of pretty interesting matches that we have that will be on the wait for tomorrow. Definitely, we just have to wait out for the official schedule. But I'm pretty stoked up to see. I'm really honored to be here on the broadcast, coming from the first 2 days of the said tournament, and it really sets the tone. You know, you've seen these teams set the tone. You have Elevate here ever so ruthless and so consistent, not really holding back at all. But at the same time, you know, there were some certain games, especially on Search and Destroy, especially on Control as well, that nearly wouldn't have been fit into their favor. But you know, Elevate always has been one of those clutchiest teams as well. They were able to get the final adjustment, and it goes to show we introduced Stage 4 Cali as this Stage 4 specifically to be one of the more, let's say,
Now we get
defined Stage 4, right? So there's definitely a lot of evolutions, and there's definitely a lot more things that we can come by with as this tournament progresses.
Really, Warden. And yeah,
Truly. Overall, now we take a look at the map picks for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we can't catch a break here on the back end. There's just something going on, but unfortunately, it's happening at the end of the broadcast where nothing much is going on anymore. Tally it up now. Send a hard point, went to the set of Ninjas 250 to 55, 71 here on Fire Range, Search and Destroy, and 3-0 on Takeoff Control. Clean slate, led by the Ninjas.
there we go, Warden. Definitely a great gameplay that we got to see here for Ninja. And oh my days, I am in a daze of what's just happening on my end, but finally got it through. I'm back here at the desk.
Welcome back.
And just to recap what you said, I love it. I love to see more gameplays for tomorrow on that Group A. I just felt like today, I think it halfway delivered. I was expecting more from the side of Ace Gamers, but could not really bring out their best on the Search and Destroy. But they did showcase what they're capable of when it comes to playing the Control. So maybe the following day, right, over tomorrow, we'll get to see Ace Gamer redeem themselves, because Group A, you know, there are a couple of teams there that I think have already been decided to be top 1 and top 2. But here in Group B, you don't really know who's going to be top 2 and 3, right? Let's say Elevate is going to be on the... Let's say Elevate is going to be part of the top 3. And on the consensus, right? But you don't really know who's going to be joining them along because of how really competitive this one could get.
Oh yeah, surely, bro. And I really agree with you on that note overall. And there's just coming in a lot of mix-ups overall. A lot of these teams will not be able to catch a break at all coming in for another 4 days. Everyone has to be prepared on what's about to come. You don't want to miss out your shot. This is the moment and opportunity that a lot of these teams are working for. The time where it matters the most, the qualifiers to make it to the World Championship. We got a lot of staple teams out here. We got a lot of running dogs, dark horses, and it's just all going to come down to who wants it more.
Yeah, and honestly, man, you saw how Ninja was really desperate for really desperate on trying to get the win here, Warden. And yeah, they just took it home, right? They took a map away from Team Star Magic and managed to take away a very dominant win here up against NIP. But this is just the start, right? You need to get a little bit more maps away for you to secure a top 3 placement here on Group B. And you have a lot of teams that are hungry to try to take you down here. We are going to be seeing THNTS, we're going to see Ace Gamers, and even Team Star Magic try to fight for that top 2 and 3.
We're coming to an end of the broadcast here, but before we do so, we're just waiting for the standings to get tallied up so we can see who is number 1 to 6 in the respective group here. But projection wise, I do feel like it is definitely going to be ELVPK here on top of the board. Same goes for the side of Team Star Magic. The only difference that they had was that Team Star Magic did drop a map earlier up against the Ninjas, as the Ninjas actually they do claim the 3rd spot here on the trail is going to be THNTS, Ace Esports, and NAP is priority.
We just remember that this standings is still bound to be changed, as we got 4 more days of group stage that we'll be able to play here in this tournament. Today, Group B just finished with Elevate being at the top. Tomorrow, we go again on the Group A group stage with Stalwart Esports claiming that number 1 spot. Will they go up undefeated yet again as they face their foes on tomorrow's matches? Now, 3 Evil Dragons again. Looking forward to how they will play it. They took a series away from our boys from Garena, right? MSP Prestige. Getting that 2-1 is definitely good progress coming out of the Taiwan region and the former Changed World squad.
Definitely, bro. And hey, looking at the schedule for tomorrow's run, I know you guys are pretty excited for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be 3 Evil Dragons alongside Xenon Gang, ABC Esports, and Stalwart Esports. You got 3 Evil Dragons once again up against Scary, Xenon Gang, and ABC Esports. And we top things off with, why is my face that way? I don't really understand, but there's a lot of things that's so questionable here, Callie.
There's
but
a
Stalwart
lot
Esports and Prestige at the end.
So many anomalies right here. Yeah, but that's really gonna cut things out here for our games here today. And yeah, Warden, something sketchy is going on. Somebody's messing us up. But yeah, great games that we just saw today. I feel like Team Star Magic, they know how to get it done. There we go. I fixed it for you. What's all? Okay, back to what I was saying, right? Team Star Magic definitely having AG around. It feels like they never had, GB will never really be a problem on the replacement because the older brother is just playing like GB, and GB is playing like the older brother. So yeah, it's a great matchup that we are going to be seeing for this Group B, but Group A definitely tomorrow. Watch out for Stalwart Esports and as well as 3 Evil Dragons, man. I think those 2 will be my favorite in that Group A. How about you?
Yeah, I'm just pretty excited to see how this one's going to play out, Callie. I feel like there's going to be a lot of interesting match. Fortunately, this time, though, for tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting back. They're going to be casting with someone else tomorrow, so I'm going to be enjoying my show, fully myself. But with that being said, before another EMP strikes, Callie, I think we got to close out the night. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Stage 4 of Garena Regionals Tournament 2025. My name is Warden alongside Callie. We're going to be closing things out. See you guys tomorrow. Have a great one. Good night.
Enemy down.
Bomb spotted.